All right, good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is Tuesday, September, October 28th. I'm looking at the minutes from last meeting. My name is Cheryl Renanza, serving as chairman today. We're at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Could I get the staff, please, to call the roll this morning?
Ms. Renanza?
Present.
Ms. Stapleton?
Present.
Mr. Prater?
Present.
Mr. Timmons?
Here.
Mr. Freeman?
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So our first agenda item now is to review the minutes from Monday, September 22nd, 2025. And those are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? If there are no corrections, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
All right.
We have a motion by Ms.
Second.
Stapleton, second by Mr. Freeman. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. This morning and all today throughout our process, we'll allow public comment on request before any action or vote is taken. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. And our first remote location this morning is at the State Police Barracks. Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's just little old me, Pat Washington.
By yourself. And we have Mr. Sykes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Sykes. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is AUBRY Sikes, and my DOC number is 558058.
Mr. Sykes, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater, seated to my immediate right. Your case has been assigned to him. Okay, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Sykes, you're here this morning seeking the commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in August 2009 in the 21st Judicial District, Tangipahoa Parish, for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prater?
Good morning, Mr. Sykes. Let me ask you something. When this incident occurred, tell me about the incident, the motivation for the incident, what's happened since the incident, and how you have bettered yourself to the point to where you are now expecting and wanting to be released.
Yes, sir. Whenever I was 16, I engaged in a relationship with both the victim and my co-defendant, Miss Huber. And we had started messing around all through high school sexually. And the relationship between all three of us ended whenever I went to the Marine Corps, whenever I graduated high school. Unbeknownst to the victim, Mr. Brown, I was still in a relationship with the female, Miss Huber. When I completed my training and went to Hawaii, she had called and told me that he was abusing her, which is not true. My father has had a history of domestic abuse with my mother, and I grew up with that. So I got on a plane, I went AWOL, she bought me the ticket with her credit card, and I came home to Louisiana. The day before my crime, April 8th, I called and asked her if she wanted me to shoot Mr. Brown. And she said yes. So that night, I drove to their residence at about 11 o'clock, and she let me in the door. And I asked her, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And she said yes. I went into the bedroom, and I shot Mr. Brown twice. And then I left and drove and turned myself in after calling my first sergeant. What I did that night, I took away a family Mr. Brown's family treated me as their own in high school because my family was so broken. I took away a son from a father that loved me like his child and a mother that treated me and bought me shoes for high school. A family that I betrayed. And it's a pain and a shame that I live with every day, knowing that I took all those things away from him. And ever since then, when Mr. Beal was in the courtroom whenever I got sentenced and said, go find God, and he forgave me, every moment since then in prison has been to rehabilitate myself. And every time I've thought about a decision, it would be what he would want me to do. And as a former Navy man, being in the military, to do what you're supposed to do, to be rehabilitated, to better yourself. And when I got to Angola, I didn't have a job trade. And within the first year of getting there, I said, okay, how do I want to better myself? So I started getting into programs, and vocationally, I went to the Angola Automotive Reentry Program. And through my actions of being a good individual and being motivated and talking to others, they made me a reentry mentor by Mr. Gary Young, warden administrator then. During that time, I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with the reentry program, but you also teach people that are short timers how to come in and learn a trade and better themselves individually and how to make money out there in society. And that taught me a lot. And not only there, through taking victim awareness twice, helped me further understand more deeply how I messed up in taking this individual's life. And it could never be replaced. And how it affected so many others, the family, the community, just those around me, and how much pain and suffering I caused them. And it's something I live with every day, thinking about him and the moments he missed every holiday, his mother and father not being with him. And I made that decision with her. And it's something I'm truly ashamed of every day. And I've taken anger management and conflict resolution just to try and better myself as an individual mentally, and through the job skills that I've had through prison as a mechanic, all through my prison record, furthering not only just working on cars, but at the prison enterprise, tractor repair, and here at the state police barracks, furthering myself in all knowledge about from cars to heavy equipment and everything, just so if I ever did get the chance, I would be capable of being able to produce back to society. I could be able to talk and give those that are younger than me, just like in the reentry program, not only a job trade that they could have to be productive citizens, but socially how they could conduct themselves to be better people in society.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Captain, and we'll come back to you with some questions in just a little bit, Mr. Sykes. But Captain, is what he said accurate as far as his attitude and all that from what you've seen since you've been around him? And tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely, 100%, sir. Each of you have had the opportunity to come here and see the workings of the State Police Barracks and see how close knit of a family we really are. Mr. Sykes, since I've known him, has been 100% real. There is no question, there is no doubt, there is no wondering what he's going to do when you tell him he has a task to do. If it's broke, he can fix it. If you need someone, if I told him, I want you to tear down this entire building with a hammer and a chisel, he's not going to ask me why. He's not going to ask me what's the reason. He's going to say, yes, sir. And everybody better be out of this building because he's going to go to work. He's one of the most dedicated individuals I've ever met. One of the most sincere individuals I've ever met. And I am 100% confident that if y'all give him the opportunity to go back into society, he will succeed.
Thank you, Captain. We have 3 people that want to speak in your behalf, before we get back to you, Mr. Sykes, we have two of them that are here. Debbie Phillips and Mindy Brown are both here and they want to speak. And so whichever one of you would like to go first, if you would go to the podium, please, and speak loudly and take just a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, and tell us what's on your mind and why you feel like that he needs to get a chance to get out.
My name is Debbie Phillips. I am the mother of AUBRY Sikes. I write this letter with a heart that has carried those sorrow and hope for many years. My son has been incarcerated for 17 years. And now that he is being considered for parole, I feel compelled to share what I have witnessed from afar about his transformation, his remorse, and his unwavering determination to rebuild his life. 17 years is a long time for reflection and growth. During this time, I have seen him become a man of humility, compassion, and faith. He has taken full responsibility for his actions and has never sought to justify them. The teenager who entered prison many years ago was misguided, influenced by an older couple, by poor choices and poor circumstances, and that now he deeply regrets. The man he has become today is thoughtful, respectful, and determined to live with purpose. His absence has left an emptiness in our family that words cannot describe. It is a void felt every single day by those who have been. And yet, even through that pain, I have found peace and witnessing his transformation. His dedication to personal growth, his positive influence on others, and his readiness to live a meaningful life beyond those bonds. I understand the seriousness of this crime that led to his incarceration, and I do not ask for forgiveness without accountability, nor leniency without understanding. I ask only that you recognize his proven growth, his record of good conduct, and the unwavering support of me and his family. I ask that you see his humanity and his sincere commitment to redemption. Continued incarceration would not further the goals of justice here. Instead, it would deny a reformed man the chance to put his transformation into action and to contribute positively to society. I truly believe that if granted his freedom, he will not waste it. He will honor it with gratitude, with purpose, and with service. The grief of a mother watching her child taken away is a pain beyond measure. I still remember the day of his sentencing. The tears that would not stop, the fear of how he would survive behind bars. In the years since, I have prayed daily, not only for his safety, but for his healing. And I believe those prayers have been answered. This letter comes from the depths of a mother's heart, but also from a place of reason, reflection, and faith in the power of rehabilitation and redemption. I have faith in your wisdom and in the justice system's ability not only to hold individuals accountable, but also to recognize genuine transformation in this case.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. Appreciate your words, very succinct and what we need to hear. Okay, let's see, Mindy Brown, would you talk to us, please?
Yes, sir. To the honorable members of the Parole and Clemency Board, my name is Mindy Brown. I'm the sister of AUBRY Sikes and the sister-in-law of the victim, Slender Brown. I'm writing to you with a heavy heart, but also with hope because I have witnessed my brother's profound transformation and remorse. The circumstances surrounding this case were extremely complex, and while none of it excuses what happened, it explains the pain and pressure that Aubrey was living with under this time. Aubrey was always known to have a kind heart, the willingness to help others. On the outside, he was a motivator, he was a friend, a hard worker, and the smartest kid that you have ever met. He was loved by everybody. But what I need you to understand today was that on the inside, Aubrey had a lot of pain, fear, undeniable shame of things that he couldn't control that were happening to him. We grew up in a home full of violence, chaos, and daily abuse. From a young age, Aubrey endured both physical and sexual trauma and abuse from people that he loved and trusted. There was constant fear, neglect, and exposure to drugs and alcohol. We spent many nights in our car in a church parking lot, watched everything we owned set on fire by his own father, and even shielding ourselves behind an oak tree in our own front yard as his father tried to kill all three of us with an AK-47. Our lives were in fight or flight from sun up to sundown. Aubrey learned to defend himself and the three women that he protected every single day as the only man of protection. His father was extremely abusive and unstable. As children, we had no sense of safety or guidance. My brother carried that weight with him and that trauma for years as it deeply affected him in ways that I don't think he even understood at the time. Fast forward a few years later to 2000, and Aubrey finally found a family, my in-laws, that loved him and he loved them. He finally found a respected father figure in my father-in-law, Bill Brown, and he loved Aubrey. But that didn't last long, because yet another adult would soon come into Aubrey's life and tear him down and destroy what he loved for their own personal gain. The crime that led to Aubrey's incarceration was not the act of a hardened criminal. It was a young broken boy who was groomed and manipulated by multiple adults in his life. When Aubrey was still just a minor, 16 years old, a woman, Brooklyn Huber, took advantage of his vulnerability. Through befriending me as a sister-in-law, she knew her story. She knew his pain. She knew his insecurities, and she gained access through me to Aubrey. She preyed on his youth, his trust in her, and his vulnerable emotions. She did this with money because she knew how poor we were growing up. She used drugs and alcohol to control him. She used sex because she knew of his innocence. By the time he was 18, he was already deeply entangled into a situation that no teenager should ever have to face. Aubrey decided that going into the Marines was a great idea to escape this love triangle. While serving a short time in the military, she continued to control and influence Aubrey until it worked and tragedy struck. When everything happened and the realization of his actions formed in his mind that night shortly after the incident, Aubrey didn't run. He turned himself in immediately and faced what he did. Aubrey has never denied what happened, and he takes full responsibility for his part. After Aubrey went to jail, our baby sister Marissa couldn't cope with the pain and the loss of what had happened to our family, and we lost her to suicide at 22 years old. But through all of this, Aubrey has found faith and relied on it. Aubrey has spent the last 17 years dedicating himself to change. He has become a man of faith by accepting Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, disciplined by no problems in prison, making trustee at Angola Rodeo, showing compassion to others. He mentors about the importance of positive behavior in prison, teaches others valuable skills, and has earned certifications to better himself. He has faced the consequences of his actions and turned his pain into meaningful purpose. He even had the honor of serving and working for 2 Louisiana governors, where his hard work, honesty, and continued respect earned him great trust with 2 of the most important men in our state of Louisiana. As a mother myself of now a very vulnerable 17-year-old, I can truly see the impact of negative influences on teenagers' lives from a whole different
Ms.
perspective.
Brown, time out just a second. You can kind of wrap your remarks up.
Yes, sir, I'm almost
Would
done.
please, because we tend to ask him and he'll go over a lot of the
Okay.
things that you're going over.
Yes, sir. If given a second chance, Aubrey has a full-time job waiting for him. He has a stable home, continued counseling, and support from others. Please consider Aubrey's traumatic circumstances of his upbringing and the manipulation he suffered as a child and a teenager. He has paid a very heavy price for mistakes that stem from situations far beyond his understanding. All I ask is that you look at the man Aubrey is today sitting in front of you and not think that he was when he made this mistake. I believe with all of my heart and soul that my brother Aubrey will never be a repeat offender. 1 John 1:9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just and will forever give us and will forgive us of our sins and purify us from all of our unrighteousness. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your time, your compassion, your service, and most of all, believing in redemption.
Okay, thank you. Didn't want to cut you off, but we do have a lot of cases today, and we have read probably 300-400 pages each of us about this case. We're very familiar
Yes.
with everything, testimony and all that. Mr. Blake, would you tell us what parole project has in store should he be granted this opportunity?
Yes, sir. Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Aubrey Sikes. As previously stated, he has done a tremendous job while incarcerated. He's been ASC certified, reentry mentor, minimum aid trustee because of his program, and he has had no write-ups in his 17 years of incarceration. He's worked in trusted responsibilities, and because of these factors and many others, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and many more. So based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Blake. We appreciate that. And there are nobody here to speak in opposition. So, Mr. Sykes, let me ask you a few questions. At what age did you start having a sexual relationship with this lady?
16, sir.
15?
16.
16. Okay, thank you. And so tell us why did you do this?
I had seen at the time when she told me she was being abused, a woman in pain. And it hurt in my heart to see someone that I loved at the time, that I spent so much time around, in that kind of pain. And whenever I came home and talked to her, and she said it would never end, the decision was made for me to shoot him. And it was a horrible, shameful thing. And I just didn't want to see the hurt in her voice. And that was the only way at the time I could see to make it end. And it's something I think about all the time, about the choices that he doesn't have today, or the experiences he doesn't have today because of my action of murder. And I regret it.
And is it not correct that she is still in jail at this point? Correct?
Yes,
For her party?
Yes, sir. She's currently housed at whatever the women's facility is for DOC.
Okay.
Life sentence. Yes, sir. She's incarcerated.
How many write-ups have you had since you have been incarcerated?
None, sir.
That's amazing. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I've always thought about what Mr. Bill, the father, want me to do, and follow orders, be good, and just do anything to advance yourself better as an individual.
Okay. All right. And so we don't have to go over your classes and your certificates and work experience. I think all of that's in the file, and the captain, of course, we trust the captain implicitly. So anyway, I don't think we need any of that. Let me look at my notes and see if there's anything else I need to ask you. And I think I'm satisfied with all of those questions. So Madam Chairman, I will turn it over to you to.
All right. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, so Mr. Prater will call for the vote.
Okay, I think this is a highly unusual case, as are all of them. But this is, I guess if there's such a thing, exceptionally unusual. And so I think that's where we find ourselves here. I think with your experience, with the fact that you were actually groomed in this particular case, with your attitude and conduct, I don't think that for you to leave today thinking that you've got to spend the rest of your life in jail and there is no hope, I don't think that's appropriate. I think our board is supposed to vet things like that and to look and try to find the ones that are truly rehabilitated. I think that I do want another board of the parole board. We're the pardon board. I want the parole board to take a look at you, and I want the governor to take a look at it. And so my vote, and it's just one vote out of the 5, and it's just a recommendation to the governor, so it's ultimately his. My vote is that you would be, that your sentence be commuted and that you are immediately eligible for parole, and to come back before the parole board and see what they think. That's my vote.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, this is a very unusual circumstance. My vote today is going to be to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility, based on what the warden said about you, warden. I appreciate those comments, and I do think he would tear down a building for you with a chisel. So
Thank you, sir.
that's my vote.
Mr. Tillman?
I concur with Mr. Prater and Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Mr. Prater.
All right, Mr. Sykes, I enjoyed listening to you and your family today and what all the captain had to say about you. I too will vote to make that same recommendation to the governor. And my vote is based on, this is your one and only arrest ever. Your age at the time of the crime. And I think you have surely demonstrated growth and maturity. You've done service to others, and you have a remarkable record. So we will make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Captain, I think that concludes our business there. We're going to sign off at 9:28. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We are at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's 9:33 on October 28th, 2025. Morning, Warden. Would you and your staff
Morning.
for the record, sir?
Keith Turner, Warden Elaine Hunt.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buckner's Assistant Warden.
Thank you. And we have before us Mr. Thomas. Good morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and seat number.
Leroy Thomas, DOT number 597681.
Okay, and you have counsel representing you today. Counsel, would you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, good morning. I'm Anthony Lewis, LEWIS, out of Thibodaux, Louisiana.
All right, and so Mr. Lewis and Mr. Thompson, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater because Mr. Thomas's case has been assigned to him. First, let me recognize we do have some folks there at Hunt who are in support. We have Paula Thomas, family members, Paula Thomas, Tammy Williams, Daryl Richardson, Annette Davis, Lenitra Thomas, Ruthie Lewis, Taj Thomas, and Henry Jenkins. And here with us in Baton Rouge, we do have opposition. We have the victim's mother, Shannon Woodside, and other family members, Rodney Clark, Lindsay Gyro, Kaylin Woodside, and Jean Woodside. And so at the appropriate time, we're going to call on those who've indicated they'd like to speak. Mr. Thomas, you're classified as a first felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 23rd Judicial District, Ascension Parish, on July 23rd, 2012 for second-degree cruelty to juveniles. You have a mandatory release date, which is your good time date, and that is July 13th, 2031. Is that information correct?
No, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, good morning to you. We'll conduct this is that I'll ask you to tell us what got you there, what got you in prison, and then tell us about your behavior since you've been there. Then we're going to go to the warden, ask him a little bit about you and your nature, and then we'll go to some folks that are going to be speaking in favor of this and those speaking in opposition. The board will then ask some questions and then we'll vote. Pretty simple procedure. So go ahead. This is your day. Tell us why we're here, what we're doing, and why you're deserving of this.
Okay, my name is Leroy Thomas. I'm in here because I accidentally dropped my child, and I made an idiotic decision to do things that I should never made. I am terribly sorry for my bad choices of poor choices. Rather, throughout my incarcerations, I took every single class that Hunt has to offer, every single self-help program that I've taken. I always take them to give back to not only my community, but also other inmates. I have multiple trades and heavy equipment, NCCER Core, OSHA 30, service safe food and sanitation. I taught a numerous amount of classes that try to help the youth here at Hunt, the youth program that they got, pre-release. Most of the time I teach victim awareness to help them be aware that you have more than just a victim that's part of your crime, that's part of your, that's from your poor decisions of actions that you have taken. And I can only pray that the board see fit to grant me this opportunity to have a second chance at being a better father, being a better man to my community, and being a better person overall. I'm part of the Men of Change mentorship program. That's a group of guys that's selected by the wardens, not by Warden Turner, but it was ones before that we selected, was selected a bunch of guys to just mentor the compound, just give back to the compound. We do it for free. We don't get paid for it. Our pay is to see guys do better. And most of the time, that's what goes on. I focus on the youth because I have a teenage son, I have a younger daughter that I would love to go home and understand and continue to understand. They come here, they come here week in and week out to come see me. When they come here, I see that smile on their face. And as they have to leave me here, they smile, but that smile is not the same. So I pray that the board see fit to let me go home to be a better part of them. As far as my actions, there's nobody in here that needs to look any other place. I'm at fault. I take full responsibility for my actions. I am total remorse of what happened that day. I'm sorry it happened that day. I wish I could take it back. I wish I could take it back, but we're here now. And I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I'm in total remorse of what happened.
Okay. All right, Warden, would you tell us what kind of fellow he's been since you have been associated with him?
Leroy does an amazing job for us here at Hunt. He's a trustee, over 13 years of incarceration. He's only had one disciplinary write-up since he's been incarcerated. He's an outstanding member of a lot of the organizations that we have around here. He's respectful and he works with us on the daily to try to make Hunt a better and safer place for staff and the inmate population. So he's done everything that we've asked of him here.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, I know you're his attorney, so I was going to let you speak last, if that's okay. Would you do that? Okay, well, let's move on to the supporters that are seated behind you. They all want to speak, and so I will let them decide. Ms. Paula Thomas, would you like to go first or someone else?
They can hear you.
Yes, Paula Thomas, the mother of Leroy Thomas. I am aware of when Leroy first came in here, the kind of person that he was when he first came in here. When he first came in here, he was really upset, nervous, mad, because he had made a mistake doing something and he realized it after the fact. And now that he's been here for over 13 years, he had grown up to be a very, very good young man. Respectable, loved everyone. Leroy would make you laugh before he would make you mad. He's very, very respectable young man. We all love him, and we just hope that he would get the proper release for him that he needs, you know.
Okay. All right, thank you. We appreciate you and his mom coming forward. Okay, who would like to speak next? Please introduce yourself.
I'll go next. I'm Pam Williams. I'm Leroy Thomas's fiance. I've been here since the beginning of this. I'm here today to say that Leroy is not the same man that we knew long ago. Over this time, he has made a commitment to become a better person and a better man for his family, for his community, and his children. He is deeply remorseful for the acts, the decisions that he made long ago. He has taken this time to do just what he's supposed to do with this time, which is to become a better person, a better community member. He has taken advantage of every resource that he could possibly take advantage of here. I see him rebuilding the relationships with our family and our friends, especially with his children. We come and we visit just as much as we possibly can. We don't really miss visits. He has a very supportive family unit. His children, Taj and Lear, are both in his life. They come and they visit with me or his grandmother as much as possible. Leroy has not ever really missed a visit for any reason. He's always been able to visit. As far as Taj and Lear goes, even though he has challenges here, he's able to be an involved parent. He's very involved in everything that they do. They have very busy band schedules. He is aware of those things. He also knows their friends. He knows what they're interested in. He checks in with them weekly by phone. And not only that, during this time that Leroy's been here, he's also gained some skills. He's learned a lot of different things that will help him, I think, when he is released to come home to us. As far as financial needs, he is also providing financially for his children through his handicraft. He's become quite a craftsman. He donates some of those items that he makes to different organizations, schools, the city of Donaldsonville. He's done a lot of donation work. And from the money that he earns with his crafts work, he sends that money home for his children. And so they know that he's involved and they know that he's working to be a better person for them. And, okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And much of that, I'm not meaning to cut you off, but much of that we want to hear from him. Rather than you tell us how he is, we want to hear him tell us how he is. But I appreciate that. Very, very supportive comments, and we will take them into consideration. Also, okay, the final person before the attorney is your friend, Daryl Richardson. Is Daryl here?
Yes. Hi,
There you go, Daryl. Yes, sir.
I'm Daryl Richardson, longtime friend. Been a part of the support system since the beginning as well. Some things I've seen even today. I've seen a guy who didn't show as much emotion at the beginning because he had to be strong for his family and strong for his friends that were there. And even today, and those talks we have, I've seen remorse and he holds himself accountable. And he's just a different person. And I have two businesses that I've started, Power Richardson LLC, a small trucking company, and Epic Solutions, which is, I have some rental property, which I'll be able to provide some employment upon his release. He's has the interest in getting his CDL, which will be greatly useful to my business. And he has his craft, his construction skills that can help me grow my business as I stand for. And it's not an easy task holding the two businesses. So when I come to visit him, he always having support, almost like a consultant. I seen what he does with the Who Dat cafe here and his leadership and his structure. And we kind of just piggyback and bounce ideas off each other from time to time. And sorry, but as far as everything else, I know you say you like to hear some things from him directly. And as you can see, we all here support. We wish him for some support and maybe a favorable decision. And just want to say thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate those comments very much, and we'll take them into consideration. And you're correct. You do have a supportive family and friends, and that's acknowledged also. We'll hear from the attorney now. Sir, Mr. Lewis, would you tell us, conclude the remarks on the supporting end?
Yes, good morning. Mr. Thomas has done a tremendous job here during his incarceration. He's taken advantage of these programs that your institution has offered him. He has only, as you heard previous testimony, only one infraction or write-up in 13 years. I think that's very remarkable. My visits here with Leroy, I've quietly observed his interactions with the other inmates, and they all seem to respect him. They admire him. And I think the institution has entrusted a lot of responsibility to Mr. Thomas during his stay here. Mr. Thomas is anxious to continue his life outside of this institution, to reunite with his family. He has his young son here today, Taj, who's 18 years old. They have a relationship and they're looking forward to strengthening that relationship. He also has the support of his family members, as you see here, and his church members that are anxious to reunite with him in the future. We ask the board to consider those things that he's done, he's accomplished. We realize that he's incarcerated as punishment, but you also want to have him to be a better person and to provide some sort of rehabilitation. I think he's taken advantage of almost every program he's been offered. And I think that's the ideal for an institution. Would ask that you give him the utmost consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, and we certainly will do that, and we appreciate your remarks and you being there also on his behalf. We'll switch to the opposition now, and I believe the only one that is going to speak is Ms. Shannon Woodside, the adoptive mother of a little girl, and we would like you to approach the podium if that's okay, and tell us what your thoughts are.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Woodside, and this is Tila Woodside, the survivor and victim of Leroy Thomas. Thank you for your time, and for reviewing Tila's support letters, the case file, and other pertinent information. This morning, I want to share a little bit about who Tila is and the life she's been forced to live since Leroy's actions. Tila was born a perfect, healthy twin, was meeting every expected milestone until April 3rd, 2011, when Leroy viciously and brutally attacked her for the final time, not the first. This last attack was so violent that it pulverized the entire left hemisphere of her brain. It left the remaining portion scrambled and fractured her ribs. Tila was not expected to survive the attack, the craniotomy, or the first 24 hours afterwards, but she did. And this little baby, who was given a prognosis of no life expectancy and no quality of life, be 15 years old in December. Her strength and will to live are nothing short of miraculous. Tila walks hand in hand with God every day, and he uses her to teach. But with all of her fights comes enormous challenges. Tila has a lengthy list of complex medical conditions, all stemming directly from a traumatic brain injury caused by Leroy Thomas. She is forever cognitively stunted at the 3-month developmental stage she was at when he attacked her. She cannot talk. She cannot sit up unattended. She cannot crawl. She cannot walk. She is diapered. She is tube fed. She is completely dependent on someone to care for her every single hour of every single day. It has been my honor and privilege to be chosen to be Tila's mama and to devote my life to her care since she was 5 months old. I will never stop advocating for her, not now, not ever. Even in her passing, I will continue to fight for her by pursuing manslaughter charges against Leroy Thomas. It is appalling to me that Leroy now has the audacity to ask for clemency. He did not show Tila any clemency. Every cry she uttered only brought more violence for him. It is outrageous that he seeks mercy when he was already granted leniency, receiving a 25-year sentence instead of the full 40 that his conviction carried. And to make matters worse, he will not even serve the full 25 years because of Louisiana's good time law. Tila received a life sentence on this earth when Leroy brutally attacked her. She gets no clemency. She gets no leniency. She does not receive a reduced sentence. She does not benefit from any good time law. Please do not fail her by granting Leroy clemency. Thank you for your time and for seeing people, but not as a case file, but as the living, breathing reminder of the lifelong consequences of Leroy's actions. Do y'all have any questions?
No, ma'am?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh.
You are her adopted mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, and I just want to applaud you and your family for what you've done. Remarkable, just remarkable that you stepped up and have done what you've accomplished. And it's very much personally, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Thomas now. Mr. Thomas, now's the time that I get to ask a few questions, and then the board gets to ask a few questions, and then we will vote. I want to make it clear to you, we've read your record, and you have some great certificates and great classes and behavior. I want to commend you for that. You really have gone. You've really gone above and beyond while you've been incarcerated, and I think that's acknowledged right now up front. I wanted to acknowledge that. Let's talk about just a minute. The one thing that kind of confuses me after I've read the statements and read everything I've read, and you said that you're there because you accidentally dropped your baby. Is that what happened?
Yes, I accidentally dropped her. Well, I didn't drop her on purpose. So when I dropped her, her head hit the AC vent and she went limp. She was knocked out. And I was trying to revive her, trying to wake her up. And at that moment, I thought the taps I was giving her wasn't harming her, but turns out they were. I did not intend to hurt her, but I did. And I'm so sorry for that. I did not mean for that to happen, but it happened. That's the reality of the situation we're in today. And I'm terribly sorry that it happened that way.
Okay. I still have some confusion and some questions about the incident itself, but this is really not a trial, and this is really not the time to go over that. The trial's been conducted. Let's see, of course, the DA, the sheriff, and the attorney general are opposed to this. You got a number of people that are in favor that didn't speak, so I acknowledge them also. Let's see. I believe that's all the questions that I have. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I'm just, what are you seeking today? I mean, you already have a good time date. The sentence was a plea bargain. So I'm just curious of what are you seeking? You want us to reduce your sentence?
Yes, sir. I'm asking reduction of sentence. I watched my kids grow, and I think it would be a real good blessing if I could at least make it to one of the graduations. My daughter has about 3 more years of high school, and my son is graduating this year. It would be a good blessing. I pray that the board would grant it so that you can see that the type of man I have become, and I can also show you.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I have a statement, yes. You said that, well, you continue to say that everything was accidental and that you patted her. There's just no way, and this is doctor statements, just 2 of them. The pattern of injuries was consistent with the diagnosis of non-accidental trauma with severe abusive brain injury. And another doctor described all the injuries as cruel and heinous. So I just wanted to say, I don't believe what you're saying, that it was accidental at all. That's me.
Any questions?
I heard you state, or it was stated that you're taking care of your kids,
Yes, sir.
supporting them. Are you supporting her too?
I didn't understand the question. You said?
Are you,
I tried to reach out to the stepmother and she refused. I tried to reach out several times, she refused. I would love to help support. I would love to do that.
okay, thank you.
May I also say something? This incident occurred when Mr. Thomas was extremely young father, 16, 17 years old.
I was
25 years old, I'm sorry, 25, young father. And this happens a lot where young fathers who are tasked with the responsibility of taking care of a child who might be crying, sort of reacts, violently, because they're immature. Males mature later than females. Mr. Thomas has told me he's reached out multiple times to Ms. Woodside to at least see the child and try to help the child and get some kind of bond with the child. And bitterness is not going to help anybody in this instance. It's not going to help the child. It's not going to help Mr. Thomas. And it's not going to help Ms. Woodside. I would imagine that she could use any help that she possibly could get in taking care of the child. And commuting Mr. Thomas's sentence will give them the opportunity to express his remorse for what occurred and to help Ms. Woodside along with the child. And again, we ask for your consideration in this matter.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate that comment also.
I have a question of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, I acknowledge you have numerous certificates in the record, and thank you for taking advantage of the programs that you have. Is victim awareness in any of those programs that you took?
Yes, ma'am. I actually taught victim awareness.
All right, tell me what did you get out of that class?
I learned about how it hurts. You have more than one victim. Your family is the victim and community is the victim. I actually taught that to the youth program that are here at lunch about that there's more victims than the person that you affected personally with your actions. And I got that. I heard a lot of people. I heard a lot of people in my family, the victim's family, also DEBORAH right in front of me. I've heard a lot of people when it comes down to my actions and comes down to my poor decisions.
And I just want to point out to you and your Mr. Lewis that, it's against the law for you to try to attempt to contact your victim.
Yes.
But you said you did multiple times.
Yes,
That's telling. All right. Any other questions?
Where's the mother? Where's the mother of the child?
The mother, she takes care of my other two kids. That's how I tried to reach out with the other mother, the mother of my biological mother, I'm sorry. That's how. I asked about her, I talked, that's my daughter, I love her. I asked about her all the time. Did you talk to her? Have you heard anything? She said she refused to talk or refused to do anything. So I made an attempt.
All right. We are, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Thomas. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, my vote is to deny this request. I don't necessarily believe that you're accountable, and that's one thing that we look for. You've done well since you've been incarcerated, but I'm not sure we're still getting the true story. I think that you need to go ahead and go back to the facility and take, maybe not only teach, but take victim awareness again, because when I read this case, I had to stop. and I'm a pretty seasoned fella. And I had to stop reading and take me a break. And that's the first time since I've been on this board that I've ever had to do that. And I don't know that you've got the remorse. You're not showing the remorse that I need to see to feel comfortable. I've said enough. My vote is to deny this.
Mr. Freeman,
Vote is to deny, heinous nature of offense and proximity of good time, date, and strong victim opposition.
Mr. Tillis,
Mr. Thomas, my vote's gonna be to, grant. I just can't see. I believe your story, I think it may have been accidental. I just can't believe that you would do something like that to hurt a child. Don't seem like you're that kind of person. And, I hope you continue doing the right things.
commute to what?
40.
40 years. Got it. Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny, and I don't even have to go with what the people love her. I mean, we've got letters from doctors, extensive letters with extensive descriptions of what this child has already gone through and will continue. And I'll say again, the pattern of injuries was consistent with the diagnosis of non-accidental trauma with severe abusive brain injury. And then she will suffer multiple surgeries, neurological and gastroenterological for the rest of her life, and medical treatments likely to include repeated surgical procedures for the rest of her life. So due to the heinous nature of the crime and your lack of accountability, I deny you today.
All right, Mr. Thomas, for me, the relief that I would even consider during a pardon, this is not a parole hearing, this is a pardon hearing, would be to give you some relief for early parole. But your good time date, you have a parole date, but your good time date precedes your parole date. So you have an out date, which is the only relief that I would have considered anyway. So my vote today is to deny based on those reasons and the opposition that we've heard from today. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you. All right, good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
JB Moore, the third, 700-312.
And counsel, good morning. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Kelly Gizmondi and I'm here on behalf of JB Moore.
Okay, thank you. Let me acknowledge some folks who, let's see, I have a list. Those there at Hunt or your family members, your parents, Tamika Moore and JB Moore Jr. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake, somewhere, I don't see him yet. Also at Hunt, Jaterica Lathers, Nakaya Jackson, and Samira Williams. Here with us in Rouge, I'm sorry, Samira?
Tomorrow, Williams.
Okay, sorry. We have Martrell Norman, Tracy Robbins, and Juaniqua Robbins. Thank you. And we do see where your parents want to speak along with the Parole Project. And so we'll call on them at the appropriate time. And I do have some cards to read some comments into the record. In opposition on Zoom, representing the victim, we have Glenda Johnson and Latusha Harris, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Moore, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. I'm going to ask you to confirm that information. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him, and he'll get some information from you. We'll hear from your supporters and your attorney, and we'll hear from the opposition. And then we'll be asking you some questions before we vote. You ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Moore, you're classified as a first felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in June of 2015 for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 35-year sentence. Your parole eligibility date is August 28th of 2038, and you do have a good time date of July 2042. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Tillis?
Good morning, Mr. Moore. How are you?
Morning.
Tell us what caused you to be incarcerated.
I couldn't hear you what you said, Mr.
They
Tillis.
tell us why you've been incarcerated. What caused you to be incarcerated?
First, I wanted to acknowledge the board. Thank y'all for giving me this opportunity. And I want to acknowledge the victim's family and tell them how sorry I am for the whole situation. And the reason why I'm incarcerated for killing Mr. Keno Harris, manslaughter. That day, I was called from home. I was at home from school, and I was going to pick up one of my friends. He didn't want to ride the bus because some of the guys wanted to jump him, and they were on the same bus. So I went to school to pick him up, and upon taking him home, I was at his house for like 5 minutes, and Keno and other individuals came from behind the building and wanted to fight my friend. So another guy, which is Corinthian, which is Keno's little brother, him and my friend had a fight. After they finished fighting, Keno started to target me, wanting to fight. And I denied I didn't want to fight. At that time, we got into a combative argument, and I had a gun on me, which I should never had. And I had shot towards Keno, which just caused his death. That's the reason.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. Why do you feel we should vote in favor for you today?
Well, the reason why I feel like I should vote in favor, the main thing is because I understand the pain I caused to the Harris family. And I understand that during the time, I let my emotions get the best of me, anger, macho, ego, pride, and that it was a lot at one moment. and I couldn't handle the peer pressure at the time. And I realized that Keno was just a kid too. Even though he was 18 years old, I don't know what he was going through at the moment, but I noticed that when I look back at it, it was just a bunch of ignorance, and we all was just kids acting out. And I'm very, very sorry that I took that type of action at that time. I couldn't think straight. Mind being clustered, and every day it's something to think about with so much time on your hand. I think about it every day, wishing I can bring him back to his family, wishing I could breathe life back into him. But I understand that that's not possible. And I can't rewind back time. And it don't matter how much I do, that's gonna be with me the rest of my life.
I see. I understand. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Moore?
Hello, Mr. Tills. I probably met JB back in 2015 at DCI. He was a young kid. Like most young inmates, he had some disciplinary issues early on, but he seemed to have worked through that. My most recent encounter here at Hunt, I've been here 6 months, and there's been a drastic change in how he was back in 2015 compared to, what I noticed when I arrived here at Hunt. He's a trustee here, hasn't had a disciplinary report within the last 4 years. He's one of our legal counsels. Also, he helps a lot with our mentally infirm and our sick inmates. So he's giving back to the facility. He's made a 360-degree change since I first met him, and he's doing some great things. So I'm really impressed with the change that I've seen from him since I met him back in 2015.
Thank you so much, Warden. We have some people that are going to speak on your behalf, which is your mother, Ms. Moore.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about your son?
Good morning. My name is Topeka Moore. First, I would like to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak. And before I speak about my son, I would like to say a few words to Ms. Harris. I give my condolences to you, and I feel your pain every day because I am you. And the reason I say I am you, because December 25th, 2012, I lost my oldest son in the hands of JB. He died in JB arms that night, 12:02. And to my son, JB, I'm so sorry. I wasn't there for you to help you get over the pain you had to endure, the anger you carried with you for the loss of your oldest brother in your arms. But I'm so proud of him for what he accomplished throughout this. The lesson he learned, he was able to help people, things I would have never thought he would be able to do. So, I mean, I'm just proud of him. And I'm hoping he able to carry everything he learned with him, able to control the anger that he had back then, that he had to tote for years.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
I'm JB Moore, JB's father, and my condolences to the family. And it's not much I have to say, but I really do think he has changed and that he should be given a second chance. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Louisiana Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of JB Moore III. He's been inmate counsel. He's achieved his associate's degree. He has a certificate in welding. Because of the programs and classes he's taken, his trustee status, and the various involvement he has in the community there at the facility, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to offer him transitional housing, employment assistance, and we're going to also teach him consumer skills and social norms. So based upon his record in rehabilitation, we ask that the board would grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. We appreciate that. Council now like to make a statement.
Yes. Good morning, and may it please this honorable board. My name is Kelly Gismondi, and I represent JB Moore III. As you know, we are before this honorable board asking that JB's sentence be commuted, or that this board make JB immediately parole eligible with any conditions this board sees fits. After getting to know JB, it is impossible to deny that he is a candidate whom clemency was meant for, one who has either shown remorse or circumstances that warrant a second chance. Both apply to JB. I want to be clear that as I go through and summarize JB's accomplishments and support, that does not take away from the loss of Keno Harris for his family and friends. JB will carry the weight of Kenos's death with him for the rest of his life. Both JB and Keno were children on that day in August of 2013, when JB ended Keno's life. Keno was only 18 years old and JB just 16. As the board hears all the time, JB would undo his actions on that day if he could. He's expressed deep regret to the board and sorrow for taking Mr. Harris's life. We pray that the family and friends of Mr. Harris find peace and forgiveness and can see the hope that JB radiates today. JB is the kind of candidate that clemency was designed for, as demonstrated by his low Tiger score. He has demonstrated how much he has to offer the world outside of Hunt. He has no arrest or criminal history prior to this incident. This was not an escalation or a track record of problematic behavior. It was a horrible decision made in one moment. A moment coming less than a year after the violent loss of his own brother, which you heard discussed by his mother. When you look at JB today, what you see is personal growth, careful decision-making, and dedication to the safety and growth of others. Although we recognize there were definitely some lessons along the way. Since being incarcerated, JB has spent his time working closely with one of the most vulnerable incarcerated populations, those with severe mental health diagnoses. He also has spent time working on the hospice wing, holding the hands of patients as they pass, offering them comfort in their final moments. JB has further served his community as inmate counsel and has helped make sure that people are released timely according to their time calculations. I think you saw the numerous letters of support we had from the nurses at the Hospice of Baton Rouge, Adam Crosby, who was the site director for Ashland University, James Delaney, who was the mental health director at Hunt, among others. I want to be clear that JB has extensive legal training, has lots of hospice training and marketable skills that make him employable if the board were to grant us a favorable recommendation today. These letters demonstrate what we know to be true about JB. He is someone to depend on and lend support in the hard times, and someone to look for hope and joy in the good times. JB is what our world out here could use more of, a person with a heart for service of others, a careful decision maker, and a leader. We respectfully request that this board grant JB's application for clemency with any conditions it sees fit. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some people in opposition, and that is Ms. Harrison, is the mother of the victim on Zoom.
Hello, yes. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us what you'd like us to know.
Right now, I had a lot of things to say, but I can't really say it. All I know is my son cannot come back. Only memory I have of him as of till he made 18. I don't have no grandkids for him, by him. Only my grandson right now name is Keno. And that's the only thing I have in his name is my grandson. That is not his child. I understand you said that, yeah, I went to fight. This, that. You had a son. You shot my son 5 times. I could have took one, but you took 5 times and you stood over him. You trying to act like that you didn't do all this? Your plan was to hurt someone. Corinthian was there. Corinthian, Keno died in Corinthian arms. I understand what your mama saying about your brother, but it doesn't give you the right to take someone else's life. You will come out, you can have children. Keno don't have any kids. And I understand what my mother shouldn't have to go through this. And that's what I try to teach my kids. So I really don't have too much to say because it hurts so bad.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand. I understand. Thank you
That
so much.
hole, it's like now my hole was closing. Now it's opening back up.
Thank
I
you.
don't understand.
Thank you. We'd like to hear now from Ms. Johnson, an aunt.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It's hard to try to talk about it. Like everybody say, I understand and I accept his apology now, but when it first happened, he didn't show no remorse. He didn't apologize. I never forget the day that we walked into the juvenile courtroom, and it was like I can't explain it right now because it just hurts so bad. And like his mother say, it just opened up a wound. And like when you shot him one time, it was okay, but you just continue. It continue. And I mean, it's just hard. It's just hard. And I know you're supposed to do what's right by God and forgive. I forgive, but I'm not gonna forget. The same day that he was shot, I talked to Keno the night before, and he told me, he said, Auntie, he said, I'm coming to talk to you. He said, because I want to move in your house. And I was like, okay. I said, what's going on? He just said, it's a lot of mess. And I wants to move from up here. He said, because it's just a lot of mess. And I say, that's fine. I said, when I get off, I said, we're going to come and talk. Will you to come and talk? And he said, okay. But instead of that day, I get people coming to my job to take me to the hospital just to see him. And I mean, things just change within a matter of time, with the matter quick and stuff. And I don't understand today, you know, we have so much violence going on with the young kids and everything. So I feel like I know he have accomplished a lot since he been in there, and I applaud him for that or whatever. But it's still not gonna make a difference. He needs to be punished for what he did. Keno didn't ask for it. He did not ask for that. He just went to try to see what was going on with why the mess keep going on or whatever. It was senseless. And he didn't ask for it. He didn't deserve to be shot like that.
Thank you so much for your
But
comment.
like I say, with all the killings and all of the stuff going on now, you know, do it once, you're gonna do it again. You're gonna feel like it's okay. And I can do this, and later on, I go to jail and go to classes, do a certain things or whatever, and they're gonna let me out. You know, I
Yes.
sympathize for his mom, but like I said, back then, nobody showed no remorse, nobody apologized, nobody said that they were sorry then. But now it just seems like it is, you have to say it because of what's going on. I mean,
Thank
if I make any sense.
Yes, you are. Thank you so much. I understand. I guess here hasn't been about it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mr. Moore. Tell me, what have you been doing since you've been incarcerated? Warden spoke very highly of you and the things that you're doing. So what are your plans if you were to be released?
Volunteer, I'm looking for employment. It's gonna be sort of the same stuff I'm doing here for as hospice or dealing with mental patients or something like that. Since I've been in jail, since the last 5 years, 6 years, I built everything around education. And for teaching classes, helping the compound, help hospice, the sick people, mental health people. So I've been a big helper while I educate myself, and inmate counsel, legal aid. So that's what I've been doing since I've been incarcerated for the last 5 years. I just been focused on others and focused on myself, trying to bring everybody to a realization that even though a lot of us got a lot of time, what we make out of our time decides the future for us. So that's what I mostly put all my effort in. I wake up thinking about either helping myself or helping others get it together.
I see. Do you feel that if released, you'll be back in prison shortly?
No, sir. No, sir. I wouldn't feel like that. Most importantly, my support and patience and humbleness. I realized that, man, if you just have a little patience, everything will be all right. And the emotion is just a moment. It's just a moment. It'll go away the next day. It might go away the next second.
Yeah.
But that's why I feel like.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons. The patience, humbleness, and real meekness, bro. I found the beauty in time, man. Time, just like they say about forgiveness, it took me a while. As being a child, I didn't know how to forgive or nothing. So as I grew and matured, forgiveness just came. I look at life a whole different aspect than I did when I was a child. And I see whatever I put in, that's what I'm gonna get out. Consequences are real.
Okay. Any other questions by my colleagues?
I have a few.
Okay. All right, how old were you when this occurred?
16 years old.
Okay, you had dropped out of high school or what? You wasn't?
No, sir. I was the 10th grade. I was in the 10th grade.
Just skipped school that day? That's how you went to go pick him up?
No, sir. I was out of school for a wisdom tooth. They just got pulled the previous day, and I was on medications.
Okay, I read someplace you stated you don't fight. You told him straight up, I don't fight.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
Okay, and then you pulled your gun and you shot him, but he was gonna hit you anyway?
Sir?
Y'all gonna fight anyway, so that's why you shot him, because you wasn't gonna fight him?
No, sir. I wasn't gonna fight him, but it was so many people surrounding us, and when he walked towards me, I pulled my gun and I shot him, sir.
Okay. All right, let's talk about your disciplinary record. It's a little concerning to me. What's all the contrabands? Contraband in 18, 19, 21. What was the contraband?
All right, I know I got caught with a cell phone at DCI one time. Another contraband was weed, marijuana. Another contraband was weed, marijuana. One of them got expunged. The other ones was generally prohibited, to break any rule in the rule book.
Right, I'm looking at them. I was just really concerned about the contraband, what the contraband is. Did you take any drug classes while you've been in?
Yes, sir. I've been a part of NA and AA and substance abuse. I've been a part of it.
Okay, did you do drugs when you were on the street?
I smoked marijuana before, but that was it.
Okay. And I do appreciate you working with the hospice. That is a terrible job, but we appreciate it. I have no further questions.
So, yeah, I want to thank you too for working with the hospice patients and the mental health patients. Those are both very difficult spots to be in, but some people find it rewarding. I guess you're one of those. I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about the contraband, the write-ups. You know, when we look at your record, you've only you've lost 480 days of good time.
Yes, ma'am. I heard that.
That's over a year. And but that's with only 9 write-ups. So I know that you told Mr. Freeman you had the 30W or whatever, and the cell phone and the marijuana. But and since you've been at Hunt, you've gotten only one, I believe, in September of 21. And that's the one that concerns me because it was for aggravated fighting.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened there.
Okay.
You lost time for it too, because it had to be a serious fight.
Yes, ma'am. It was I think 60 days, lost of good time. But yeah, I want to start off by saying I take full accountability for it because the guy was intoxicated, and around this time I had just got to Hunt, and drugs was at hand. Everybody was intoxicated. But around the time I'm studying my paralegals, but I'm gonna skip to the part. He approached me one early morning. I forgot, I don't remember his name, but he said I cut somebody's hair while he was asleep. And he approached me with a lock and a sock. Me being in the dorm, I know he's intoxicated. I didn't pay it no mind. That was my biggest mistake. I should have reported it to the officer at the time, but I didn't. I didn't think nothing of it because this was like kind of normal. So after that, he come back like 10 or 20 minutes later with a knife this time. It was like a fence knife or whatever he made. And we got in a combative stage because now I see he's serious. He really think I cut something out of his hair, cut one of his dreads out of his hair. And we had got into a fight then.
You have a weapon?
Huh? Ma'am?
You have a weapon?
Yeah, he had a knife. I took it from him.
Okay.
Yeah, I took it from him, ma'am, and I hit him with his weapon, the knife.
Well, I wanted to say on the record that you do have, of those 480 days that you lost, you did get 420 of them restored. So that tells me, and I don't see any other additional write-ups in your record. So seems like you've turned the corner. Do you think just moving to Hunt is what changed your behavior?
Well, yes, ma'am. Hunt offer, if you want to be educated, if you want to be in programs, if you want to change, Hunts have that opportunity for you. And I was so thankful to get here. To move, it was, for to go to another jail, you feel uncomfortable at first, but actually when you get here and you see how much opportunity there is, I took advantage of it. And I'm so thankful for it. especially with college, hospice, to be there with the older people they full of life, even though they're on their dying bed, and to watch their process, it's just a big change. It changed me. And from there on out, it's just been, I spend my time wisely.
Ma'am, can I make one brief statement that I think could be relevant here? One of the things that struck me when I met JB was when he said, I think this really sums up his emotional maturity and growth. He told me that when he's working with the mental health patients, he likes it because maybe they're yelling at you, but they're not really yelling at you, right? They're yelling at something else. They're dealing with some other emotional issue that actually has nothing to do with you. And I think the fact that JB can see through that and understand that really shows the emotional growth and self-reflection that he's done since he's been incarcerated.
Thank you.
And Ms. Renata,
Yes.
if I can say, like I said earlier, I met JB when he was at DCI back in 2015. And he was one of the ones that was involved in those type of things that the young inmates get involved in. He was a young guy at the time. And I think it was more peer pressure, seeing the other inmates do certain things as it relates to the drug issue. All right, so I can personally attest to him being a changed man. I see someone different than what I saw back in 2015.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
I've got one. JB, I'd like to say that working with mental health and hospice, that's a calling. That's not just a job. And we all know that. And there are people that have come out of prison and spoke to other people, and their pathway that they followed while they were in prison and got out was unique in the sense that it leads others to do better in their life. And I would say that about you. I think, well, you know, it takes a special person to do what you have done. And you've gotten your associate's degree too. So I'd like to commend you for that. That's all I'd like to say.
All right. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Are we prepared to vote?
Yes, I
Mr.
am.
Tillis?
Mr. Moore, you were 16 when this happened, immature. And I think you're now about 27. And I can see the remorse, 26, 27?
28.
28? Okay. I see the growth of the remorsefulness of you, and especially the warden's comments mean a lot to me. And this is a hard decision for me to make. I really believe that you're going to be okay. I think you're going to do well. Keep the path. My heart goes out to the family. You know, you took a life, and that's just not something that can be, and I don't want to go into a long speech, but my vote today is going to be to deny. But I think you're going to be okay, and I hope you continue on the road that you're traveling.
There's this statement.
And I concur with Mr. Tillis for all the same reasons. He said it well.
Mr. Prater?
I concur, but hesitantly, because you're the model of what we want. And it having occurred at such an early age, I don't want you to be discouraged. I would like for you to come back. I'd like to, hopefully you'll come back quickly and having maintained what you've done, and we'll see you again.
Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, I concur. I mean, you're doing great things, but the disciplinary does concern me. You know, the dope especially. But everything else is great. But it's just not time. It's not your time yet. So my vote is to deny.
All right. Mr. Moore, you got 4 votes that weren't in your favor. So today, your application for clemency's been denied, sir. Keep doing what you're doing, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
told me to have you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Dillard.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Name's Alvin Dillard, 77508.
Yes, sir. And let me acknowledge the folks you have there with you. We have Lucy Smith, Irma Rogers, Robert Whitaker, all who want to speak on your behalf. And Linda Dillard and Glenda Myers, family members also are there present. All who are here in favor. And then we have in opposition, the assistant district attorney from Bossier Parish by Zoom, Mr. Richard Ray. And we have,
Madam Chairman, this is Warden Buttress. We added our Dr. Ashley Fleming, our psychiatrist here for this hearing to provide any assistance necessary.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Thanks for being here. Mr. Dillard, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. I'm going to ask you if that information is correct. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we start, I want to turn it over to Mr. Prater first.
Thank you. Because of my relationship with the victim's family and the other victim in this case, I think it would be only fair to recuse myself from this decision in the interest of fairness and transparency. So I'm going to recuse myself in this hearing.
Okay, so any action will require a unanimous vote of the 4 remaining members. So, Mr. Dillard, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Dillard, you're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in the 26th Judicial District, that's Bossier Parish, in 1972. You received a life sentence for a first-degree murder. You also had 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder. You received 10 years on each of those sentences, and those are running consecutive to the life sentence. Is that all correct, Mr. Dill? That's all correct. But before I turn it over to Mr. Tillis, Dr. Fleming, is there anything you can share with us about Mr. Dillard?
Just at this time, I'd save any questions for later, but he does live in our supported dormitory. So if there's a question as far as the programming in there, then that's why I'm here to answer those types of questions.
Thank you. Mr. Tillis?
Good morning, Mr. Dillard. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Could you tell me, well, Warden, what's your comment on him? Could you tell us?
Not a whole lot, Mr. Tillis. Got Dr. Fleming here, but what I can say, we searched all of our databases. It appeared that he's been incarcerated since 1973, and he has not received a disciplinary write-up since being incarcerated.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Dillard, best of your recollection, tell us what happened, what caused you to be incarcerated.
I was arrested in 1972, December 17, 1972.
How were you arrested? Am I gonna do?
State trooper arrested.
Tell us what you did.
For Berlin.
Could you kind of tell me, I've read the file and went through it, but I wanna know what caused you to shoot a police officer?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, I guess then we will go to the people who are speaking on your behalf. Ms. Smith, are you present? His sister?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I'm here, as Adam's sister. He left such a long time ago, but he has had some medical problems. And, right now, we talk every morning. He calls, except on the weekend, and sometimes he'll call on the weekend to discuss what his blood sugar is. I think it was last year he had to get a pacemaker put in. And he had to go back out to have it checked too, I think like 6 months later. So we've been keeping up with all of his medical, as well as when we come down for our in-person visits with him. And if he can be released, we're praying that he can come and live with me. I am a retired nurse, so I would be more than happy to help make sure he's reacclimated back into society. He has been calling me, not only in the morning, but the last 2 months or so. He's been calling me in the morning and in the afternoon to find out what am I doing. So I've been planning our church has chair aerobics, and we also have line dancing, some exercise for us, as well as my friend donated a garden. We're gonna be doing a little garden just out on the side of the house until we decide if we're gonna put in a large garden like my mom used to do. But we've been looking into activities, so when he come home, he can go to church with me. Our pastor did send a letter from the church, Stonewall Baptist Church in Bossier. Well, I've been there all my life, but he said that if you needed anything for the church to do, they would be more than happy to help. That's Pastor Ulysses Reed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And your other sister, Ms. Rogers,
Yes,
would you like for us to know?
I'd like for you to know that we are so very sorry about what happened at night. Perhaps if he had been at home, not went out or anything, all of our lives would be so much better. Victims, everybody. We're sorry about that, and he is too, because it changed the whole trajectory of his life. We don't know what he could have done. He was in college, and they drafted him into the service. He went to the service. He served. They sent him overseas to Germany to walk that wall. He did that. He did whatever they asked him to do. He was honorably discharged. The records will show that. And we've been in touch. There's a veteran that I know that I've been in touch with to find things that we will be able to do. My husband is a veteran. His father, our dad, was a veteran too, served in World War II. So we're honorable people. We try to observe the law. Whatever happened at night is only between those people that were involved right now. But we are sorry about it. We wish we could change it, turn back the hands of time, but that can't do. So right now we're trying to move forward. He's been locked up for more than 52 and a half years. So in other words, more than 75% of his life has been in incarceration. So we're praying and hoping that you will see fit. We thank you for this hearing because it's been more than 2 years that we applied. So we're thanking you for letting us come to speak today. Now,
Thank you. Thank you for
come to be with us.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. And a friend, Mr. Whitaker.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I just want to thank the board for the courtesy of allowing Mr. Alvin to appear today for this hearing. With respect to the board and addressing the concerns by the victim represented so far, apology and so far, in regards to addressing the concerns. It's an aftermath, something that happened. It's regrettable. He lived it down. I think the time that he has modeled within his institutional concern shows that he has not been a problem for security in regards to addressing concern due to his personal interest in regards to medical and mental health. In my opinion, just as a friend and supportive family, I'm asking myself that he be given the benefit and the credibility of acknowledging this record, and the board would grant opportunity that he will be able to see freedom one day. And as believed and hoping that the board is very fair and just, and we just ask the board in their courtesy would consider that, please.
Thank you so much. We have Assistant DA at Bossier, Mr. Ray, in opposition.
Thank you to the board. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. The last time Mr. Dillard came up for clemency, and every other time DA Skylar Marvin has come to Baton Rouge for the hearing, his schedule would not allow him to be available today. But he's asked me to appear on his behalf and express his opposition, strong opposition to any clemency or modification of Mr. Dillard's sentence. I would ask the board, I know that the other Bossier City police officer that was involved in this stop back in 1972 and who was one of the victims in the case and was one of the surviving victims of Mr. Dillard was Charles Duncan. I know that he provided a video message to the board. Has the board, I didn't see that played. Is that something that was distributed to the board? Because I know that he wanted that to be shared since he couldn't be available today.
I don't see it in our case record.
We
that
got a
we
letter.
have today.
I didn't see any. Is there any video?
It was shared with Miss Parsons. I'm not sure that I can figure out on the fly how to share my screen, but if we can't figure it out right here before the hearing concludes, would it be possible to supplement the record with that so that his message could be shared with the board as well?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
I can tell you, I saw it and I can summarize it in that then Officer Duncan was the other officer with the Bossier City Police Department who was part of the stop originally with Mr. Dillard on December the 17th, 1972. And Mr. Dillard had a weapon in his pocket that was unknown when they made a routine traffic stop. Mr. Dillard was driving the vehicle and almost hit the Bossier City police officers. So they pulled him over, and when they were writing the ticket, completely unprovoked, Mr. Dillard began to shoot at both officers, shot at Officer Duncan first, and then fatally shot Officer Clyde Pearson in the head, then fled as Officer Duncan tried to shoot at Mr. Dillard. This was right outside the then Troop G headquarters, which was then on Barksdale Boulevard. A trooper came out and shot as Mr. Dillard fled, and Mr. Dillard was arrested by that same trooper after exchanging gunfire at least 1 mile down Barksdale Boulevard as Mr. Dillard fled and crashed. I've seen in some of the documentation that's been passed in over the years by Mr. Dillard that says that he was in danger and seemed to act like he was acting in self-defense. That's not at all what the reports indicate. That's not at all what the trooper testified to when he was last interviewed in 1995 as part of a clemency investigation, or with Dan Duncan, who went on to a distinguished career with the Bossier City Police Department, actually became the chief. Both of those law enforcement officers who were there that night testified that Mr. Dillard intended to kill one or more Bossier City police officers or law enforcement. In fact, when Mr. Dillard's 5-shot revolver was analyzed after the shooting, he had shot only 4 times. There were 4 spent shells, but one was a misfire, and it had been hit by the firing pin, but it misfired. Or we may have had 2 dead Bossier City police officers or a dead state trooper that evening. And with all due respect to the family, I understand that they love their family member, and he is 75% of his life in prison, but his sentence was not 75% of his life. He was sentenced to serve 100% of his life, plus a 10-year sentence consecutive to that at hard labor, plus another 10-year sentence consecutive to that at hard labor. And It is more difficult in today's climate to be a police officer than it has ever been. And it was 32 years between the time that Mr. Dillard murdered a Bossier City police officer and the time another Bossier City police officer was murdered. And I cannot help but think that the sentence, although harsh but appropriate, that was imposed by Judge Paget back in 1973 had some deterrent effect on others that would attack police officers totally unprovoked. I would speak for the judicial and law enforcement. I note that when this packet was distributed back in 2024, the chief judge in the 26 JDC, which is Bossier and Webster parishes, was Judge Parker Self, and Judge Self, on behalf of the judiciary in the 26 JDC, said the violent nature of this crime warrants serving the entire sentence, and that the judiciary opposes any clemency in this case. I can speak for Bossier City Police Officer Daniel Haugen and Sheriff Julian Whittington, Sheriff Jason Parker in Webster, and DA Skylar Marvin would all oppose this in the strongest terms possible and would ask that the board deny any clemency or any modification of the sentence, and that Mr. Dillard be serve his entire sentence.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Tillis, any other questions?
The lady beside him is who?
Dr. Fleming.
Doc, can you tell us about his mental state, please? Mental state?
So I've been at Elaine Hunt for approximately 10 years now, and Mr. Dillard has been in our supported mental health dorm. He carries a diagnosis of schizophrenia, but he has been well controlled for at least the past 10 years. He's been on a stable dose of medication, which he takes regularly without fail. And he has never caused any uproar or any sort of disruption in dormitory activities. He participates. He has a very consistent routine, which he sticks to day in and day out.
Well, what happens if he gets off that medication?
I've never seen it. His schizophrenia, just as a general statement, schizophrenia is an illness that typically develops in people who are late high school to early college age individuals. And the initial presentation is generally with psychosis. With time, though, that does abate. So just a general statement on the illness. But Mr. Dillard has never not taken his medication, and there's never been an instance where we have had any disciplinary or safety infractions from Mr. Dillard during his time at Hunt.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Yeah, we do have the video that was referenced by Mr. Ray, video from Mr. Duncan. So I'll make a motion for executive session so we can take a
I'll second that.
Any objection? All right, we'll be in executive session for just a few moments to view the video. Stand by. Okay, I will make a motion to go back into regular session. Is there any objection?
A second.
We have a second by Mr. Tillis, and without objection, we'll be back in regular session at 11:19. As I mentioned, we do have the video for Mr. Duncan. It is rather lengthy, so we're going to put it up on our screen. We're going to play the last 3 minutes of it because that's, if you were here, we'd allow for 3 minutes of testimony. So we're going to share our screen with you all. Okay. Turn the volume up. Once you get the volume, we'll have to go back.
Madam Chair, we don't have any audio on our end.
All right, thank you. We've got one. All right, I apologize. We put it up on the screen, but the volume on the video itself was really low. So we did listen to it. Mr. Duncan did a heartfelt recording of his very strong opposition to any relief at all for Mr. Dillard. So I believe that we are, at this time, I don't see any other questions, so we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is going to be grant to 53 years.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is gonna be to deny because you took another innocent person's life and you would have killed other people given the opportunity if your bullet would have met them.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny. This could have been a death penalty case, obviously. And so my vote is to deny today.
Mr. Dillard, my vote today also is to deny based on the very strong law enforcement opposition that we've heard today. So today, Mr. Dillard's application for clemency is denied. Thank you. Warden, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 11:25. Thanks so much for accommodating us.
Thank you. You have a good day.
All right, good morning. The Pardon Board is reconvening. We're now at Raymond LaBorde Correctional Center. It is Tuesday, October 2025. I'd like for the warden and staff, Raymond LaBorde, please introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Assistant Warden Benjamin Maddox.
Raven Heath classification.
Melissa Joshua, records. All right, thank you. We have before us Mr. Anderson.
Yes, ma'am.
To introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number.
Richard Anderson, DOC number 708-981.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Anderson, let me acknowledge, so you know, we have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge. Well, on Zoom in support, we have your Aunt Judy Green and Janet White, another aunt, and they will be speaking on your behalf. We do have representing the victim here in Baton Rouge with us. We have Ms. Phyllis Howard, Kenneth Howard, Kathy Howard, and Glenn Howard. And for those who have indicated they want to speak, we'll be calling on them at the appropriate time. First, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. I'm going to ask you to confirm if that it's true or not. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Your case has been assigned to him. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Anderson, you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in July of 2016 in the 19th Judicial District, that's East Baton Rouge Parish, for a manslaughter conviction. You received an 18-year sentence. You also had a simple robbery. You received a 7-year sentence. So your parole eligibility date is March 12th, 2029, but you do have a mandatory release date, good time date, which precedes that. It's March 17, 2028. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, first and foremost, so what are you seeking today? You want us to cut the 18-year sentence?
Yes, sir. I would like the I'm asking for the overall date to be reduced and the time to spend on probation and parole to be affected.
Okay, before I ask you what you've done to get yourself in there, why do you think you deserve for us to cut this time?
The change in my life, the things that have happened, basically, excuse me. The mannerisms in my life, I grew up in a lifestyle that responsibility and things of that nature. I grew up with witnessing how drugs affected a family and things. And I was involved in transport narcotics and things of that nature. And when it came down to taking care of the family, you did what was necessary and looked the other way. Kurt was my family. He was my brother. And the things that took place that day would never have taken place if it was not for my responsibility and the things that took place. I'm grateful for the board to even consider my opinion of why I should be released, because the opinion of the family weighs heavily upon me on why I should be released, because it is my family as well. The actions that took place that day didn't only affect a random victim, but they affected my family, my entire family. And they see it as a lot of people have raised the concept that it was my stepbrother, but he was my brother in relation, not just by genealogy. He was my family. I put myself in position here, and I work with others with coming into the facility. I work in the law library. I came to jail as a early adult, 27 years old, illiterate. I graduated high school, but I was also in special needs because I was a dyslexic. I learned how to read in solitary confinement when I was at Elms, going through the medical facility from the car accident that I had, and I suffered brain trauma. As I learned how to read while I was sitting in there, I learned to take the importance of words and responsibilities. I've now put myself in position, and this facility has allowed me to study law, not only by God's law, but man's law as well. And I take that time to, one, teach a Bible study from the biblical literature that has taught me how to take responsibility and ownership for my actions, but also how to be a leader and help others that are less fortunate than yourself. I take my free time on the weekends and during the week as an offender counsel to help others that do not understand the law, just like I did when I came in, of being ignorant to it. Ignorance is a choice. I chose to be ignorant of a lot of things in my life. no longer do I choose to remain that way. Stupidity cannot be helped. It is a mental condition. I don't suffer from that mental condition of stupidity. I chose to be ignorant of a lot of things in my life, which I no longer do. I take my time now and I help new offenders coming into the facility.
Okay.
Raymond. They come.
Okay, they've got that. Tell me what you did to get yourself put in there. We've heard a lot of good things of why you should be out, but what did you do to get yourself put in?
What I did not protect my brother like I should have. Over the lifestyle in which I grew up, my brother was shot. I was not in the room when he got shot, but I immediately conducted myself in to cover up what had taken place that day. I did remove the surveillance system, and I did dispose of the weapon that was used to kill my brother. The individuals that would have taken place that day, they would, my wife at the time, Vincy and Ben, would never have been at that house. Growing up, I'm sorry. I brought them to that house to discuss things that had taken place earlier that day with my brother. And when they came there, yes, money and drugs were supposed to take place in the near future. And I believe what happened with my brother, because there wasn't any drugs or money to take advantage of or to rob or take, that's why I believe that is why my brother was killed. I do not know the exact reason of what took place because I wasn't in the room when it happened. But I know the lifestyle with that I was living, that those types of individuals gravitate towards that. And I am responsible for bringing those individuals to my brother's house.
Okay. And how long have you been in jail?
I've been in jail 13 years.
13 years. Okay. Warden, what do you have to say about Mr. Anderson?
Well, I'll say that throughout Mr. Anderson's incarceration, he has had a great disciplinary record. We have no disciplinary record on him at all. 0 disciplinary reports. He's achieved minimum custody. He's a trustee. He is a legal counsel substitute. He's completed Bible study college, completed legal aid training. He's been a participant in AANA, finished anger management, living in balance, various faith-based programs. He's pretty much done everything we could ask of him in prison. He's behaved as a model inmate, taking advantage of pretty much every kind of program we offered. So he's made the best of his time here.
Thank you, Warden. Appreciate that. Okay, now we're gonna get to the people that are here to speak on his behalf. Miss Judy Green, his aunt.
You're good. I'm sorry. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak on behalf of our nephew. I'm not here to excuse what happened years ago. Richard would never asked us to excuse it. I'm here because I've seen the man he has become and the deep remorse he carries every single day for the choices that led him here. He made a decision early on in prison that his time would not be wasted. He pledged to God and himself that he would be a better person when he came out. He, like y'all said, he's reading the Bible, helping others. He works in the law library, is assisting other inmates in understanding their rights and legal options. He teaches classes based on the chosen. He has earned the highest level. Some of this is, I'm repeating, he has earned the highest level of trustee possible. He has told me, Aunt Judy, I cannot undo the pain I caused, but I could honor the life that was lost by living right, helping others, and being accountable. And that's what he's done. I mean, Richard is no longer the broken man he was when he made those choices. He is a mature, thoughtful, deeply spiritual man who knows what grace and responsibility mean. We believe Richard will continue to be a force of good, not inside prison walls, but out in the community. He has plans to continue monitoring others, working in faith-based programs, and using his knowledge to guide those who felt lost like he was. I believe in redemption. I've seen it in Richard, and I asked you today to see it also, to see that his time has not been wasted, that he truly has been rehabilitated, and that mercy in his case would not be misplaced. Thank you so much for listening. And I know this is difficult work for y'all. I know that granting clemency isn't something that y'all take lightly, but I believe with all my heart that Richard has earned a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for speaking to us today. Okay, next we have Miss Janet White, also his aunt. I saw that she doesn't wish
She
to
can't
speak.
talk. She's not
Okay.
going to talk.
Just say you're the spokesperson.
I'm
Okay.
the spokesperson for these people.
Okay, well, thank y'all. Okay, now we're gonna get to the opposition. We have here in opposition Phyllis Howard, victim's mother, Kenneth Howard, victim's father, Kathy Howard, victim's aunt, and here and not speaking will be Glenn Howard, victim's brother. So y'all decide who wants to go first, and let's see what y'all got to say.
I'm Kenny's brother. Is that what you said?
Sir?
I'm Kenny Howard's brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said the victim's brother. I didn't
Oh,
know.
I did say the victim brother, but they had written down. Okay, Kenny's brother. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to me this morning. I listened to what Richard had to say, and I'll give my own writing about it, the way I think. I'm very nervous this morning. I've been living with this for 15 years. Richard has a long record of having a manipulative personality. He's got a clever and skilled way that is deceptive and sneaky to achieve his goal. He has not changed. I spoke with him once when he called his mother. He doesn't understand the horrible situation of finding my child with a gunshot to the head. The fact that he planned the murder, he omitted that when he was speaking a while ago. He planned the murder of his stepbrother. All I heard coming out of his mouth when I spoke to him that day was him being the victim. He has played the victim card from day one. I know he and his mom were very close, but he commented several times about Kurt and his love for me. He has always been jealous of Kurt and oftentimes proclaimed it out loud. He doesn't like me because he knows I see through him and he can't manipulate me. I have been very vocal this whole time about this. I know he'll try to harm me in some way or another. That's why I think that he should serve his full term. 12 years for killing someone, and he thinks that he should get a free ride for the hell that he's put me through. I don't think so. The suffering that I've gone through is I'm still reliving it because I found Kurt with a gunshot to his head. And I'm on medications to try to sleep at night. My fear of safety, he will probably come after me. The lack of remorse, he has none, regardless of what he says. His unchanged nature, he will never be, well, he'll be he will always be a narcissist. That's the way I think that that I see him. And I'm sorry, this sounds mean, but that's what's in my heart right now. And I miss my son very much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for coming. Okay, Mr. Kenneth Howard? Would you like to go next? You want to go next? Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Kathy Howard. I'm the aunt of the victim, Kurt Joseph Howard. I'm here today to tell you about a man who was a son, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Kurt Joseph Howard was born on November the 19th, 1977, and his life was cut short on June the 4th, 2010 by Richard. Kurt was 32 years old. We all still are in mourning for his death. We miss his love, his presence, his voice. I miss his laugh. I miss hearing his voice when he would come through the door. He'd always say, "Hey, Kathy," and give me the biggest hug. You see, we lived on the same street as Kurt. And my son and Kurt grew up together. So did my daughter, but she was a little bit younger. They had more than a bond of cousins, but of best friends. This relationship carried over into adulthood, and as they remained close friends, it was the same with me. I see what Kurt's death has done to my children. I see what it's done to all of us. I see my brother rising every morning with the knowledge of his son is no longer here. I hear it in his mother's voice when we talk on the phone. I saw it in my departed mother's eyes as she would remember Kurt. Kurt was has missed out on experiencing those wonderful adult milestones in life. To watch him marry, to watch him have children and grandchildren, to add to the lineage of the family. That's not gonna happen. Kurt was a generous soul, even beyond death, as he was an organ donor. He changed people's lives. Kurt was funny, loyal, giving in every way. He was a wonderful nephew and he was a good guy. All of this was taken away by the actions of Richard Anderson for reasons I can only speculate. Jealousy, vindictiveness, but it was ultimate betrayal. This was premeditated. Not only did Richard hire a hitman, but he brought the guy to Kurt's house. He made sure he got in the door. This is truly the ultimate betrayal. Once Kurt was inside, he was made to kneel on the floor. The shooter put the gun to the back of Kurt's head and he pulled the trigger. As Kurt lay dying on the living room floor of my mother's house, Richard went into the bedroom closet where the security recording equipment was, and he stole it to make sure that no one would see his actions. And in an instant, our lives were changed forever. Richard even went a step further by stripping Kurt's jewelry off of his dying body. Yeah, he took that Rolex to the pawn shop. We never found his ring or his necklace. Richard does not deserve clemency. He doesn't deserve a pardon or nor parole. He should serve every day that the law will allow. I ask that the board deny Richard Anderson's request. In closing, all the family has suffered, all of the friends. Fear of safety, I don't know. Lack of remorse, I hear what he says. Only time will tell, but that's time needs to be spent in prison. And his nature is unchanged. He's always been a manipulator. Sometimes the spots just don't change. I appreciate you, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll have Mr. Kenneth.
Thank y'all. Kurt was my only son. He was my only child. Ever since that day, I just, sometimes I can't function. I'm a strong, big man, but I love Kurt so much. He would call me on the phone. He would say, "Hey, Daddy." I'll never get a chance to hear that again. I took him on all my jobs, self-employed. I would take him all the time, he spent with me. And what you've heard from Richard, he didn't tell you that he's the one that gave the gun to Ben Morgan. He didn't tell you that his wife paid Ben Morgan $1,000. He won't tell you all that. I think he's doing real good right now. I really do. And I think he ought to stay right where he is and keep doing it. Because he's made life miserable for me, for his mom, my brother and sisters, nieces and nephews. I take depression medicine. I have to take medicine to sleep at night. I just miss him so much. And then somebody tell you, it'll get better, or I hope nobody ever has to lose a child. That's the worst thing in the world, having to bury a child. And I wouldn't wish that on nobody. So thank y'all for listening to me.
Appreciate you coming very much. Okay, I was giving you case, Mr. Anderson, so I'm gonna lead with the question and I'm gonna say something that I heard from two of the victims. You were the mastermind. So how can you sit there and tell us that you was in the back room, you didn't know they were gonna kill him, when you were the mastermind of the whole plot?
Sir, every one of you have a right to your opinion. I did not mastermind the hurt or death of my brother. My brother deserves to be honored along with his father, Mr. KANE. That man has shown great mercy upon my whole family.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. I've read the case, I've been over, you've served 12 years, 13 years of 18-year sentence, and you have a good time date. I have no further questions, Mr. Knox.
All right, thank you. Any
I
other
have no
questions? Any questions? All right, Mr. Anderson, I don't see any other questions. I do believe we're prepared to vote, and I'll ask Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, I don't know why you were given an 18-year sentence, but that is a mighty light sentence for what has happened here. You served 13 of 18 years. You have strong law enforcement opposition, strong victim opposition. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I'd like to mention to the family, I don't know if you may have been told already about Parents of Murdered Children, an national organization in America. But if you haven't, it's a good organization you can call, and it's Parents of Murdered Children. And it's a very good support system. And when you pick up that phone, they are just like you. And that's very hard to find. And I've been with parents when they murdered child donated their organs. And it is the saddest moment. So I'm very sorry for everything you've gone through. And my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Craig.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I do, my vote also is to deny based on the proximity of your good time release date. So today, your application for commutation of your sentence has been denied, sir.
Thank y'all.
Gordon, I think that concludes our business at your facility. We're going to sign off at 11:55. Thank you, sir. All right, the pardon board is reconvening virtually now at the Capitol Oaks Nursing Center. And we have Mr. Ricky Portalis in front of us. Mr. Portalis, we've been advised, is nonverbal. So we have assisting us parole agent Kathy Henry. Ms. Henry, are you there? Your system's on mute. Can you unmute for us? Now at the Capitol Oaks Nursing Center. It's got Mr. Ricky Portalis. Sir, and Mr. Portalis, we've been advised is nonverbal. So we have assisting us parole agent Kathy Henry. Ms. Henry, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And you'll need to, we hear the YouTube on in the background somewhere.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us today so you can assist us here. So I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. And Ms. Henry, I'd like you to confirm that this is the Ricky Portalis that I am referring to. So we have before us Ricky Portalis. His DOC number is 115004. As I mentioned, he's currently residing at the Capitol Oaks Nursing Center. He was convicted in Lafayette Parish in May 1986 for second-degree murder and is serving a life sentence. Ms. Henry, is this Mr. Portalis in front of us?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Portalis submitted a couple of years ago a request for a commutation of his life sentence. Since that application was submitted and processed, Mr. Portalis's circumstances have changed. Prior to this hearing, Mr. Portalis was recommended by the DOC and approved by the parole board for a medical treatment furlough. Thus, that's why he is residing at the nursing home facility, nursing center. From my perspective, I'll just say that because August 13th, 2025, he was placed in medical treatment furlough status, I am not inclined to give Mr. Portalis any further relief based on his record and the excellent care that he is currently receiving. So I will defer to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. No questions. Ms. Henry, is there anything you would like to add for us? Ms. Henry? I guess you're probably on mute.
Oh my God.
There you go. Is there anything you would like to add for us?
No, ma'am, there isn't.
Okay. And are you his parole officer?
Yes, ma'am. I've supervised him for 1 month.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. And everything's going okay at the nursing center?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. All right, I am prepared to vote. My vote's going to be to deny his application for clemency because of his medical treatment furlough status. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Renata.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Ms. Renata.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
All right, well, Mr. Portalis, your application for clemency's been denied. It seems as though you're doing just fine where you are and you have the opportunity to visit for family. So we're going to sign off now. It is 12:04. Would you introduce yourself and tell us your name and your current mailing address?
My name is Benjamin Rhodes, divided 306 Acadian Lake Drive, Houston, Louisiana, 7052.
All right, sir, and let me just acknowledge you have some folks here with you. Thomas Walker and Adam Leday. On Zoom, we have Ms. Rosalind Rhodes, all who want to speak on your behalf. Also on Zoom, Shamir Burnett and Deidre King. We do have representing the DA's office in Rapides Parish with us today, Mr. Johnson, who's also on Zoom and wishing to speak, and we'll ask him to do so at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Rhodes, let me just read some identifying information into the record and ask you to confirm it. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater after that because your case has been assigned to him. Okay. So, Mr. Rhodes, you are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Rapides Parish in August of 2002, 2 counts of simple robbery. You received 7 years on each count, and they were to run concurrent. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Craig.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon. Good afternoon to all of y'all. Appreciate you being here, and we'll make this as quick as we can. First off, I want to hear from you and tell me what's changed since then, because you were pretty bad back then. Did some bad things, and now you're wanting. What exactly are you wanting?
I'm looking for, just as she stated, to have a taste for the story. First, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here for you to have this. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yes.
For you all. A lot has changed. She stated this was back in, the arrest was actually in 2001, 20-something years ago. Since then, my life has completely turned around from what I once was. Back in that time when I committed that crime, I was an adolescent that didn't think beyond goal. And I got engaged in a lot of things. I lived a lifestyle and had a mindset that brought me to those kind of consequences and other things that I faced during that time in my life. Since then, my life has been converted. I'm now a minister in a ministry that I've been a part of for over 15 years. I'm the regional director in Louisiana of an outreach organization that actually goes out to target those youth and those adolescents that were just as I once was, to try to deter them from the life and mindset that I once had. We've had a great success rate over the years. We've seen many lives impacted and changed by the efforts that we give in this outreach organization that I'm a part of. And that's my goal, to continue to reach as many as I can throughout all of this country, in the United States and beyond, with the lifestyle that I once lived, being able to relate to those that are there, being able to identify the mindset that they have, and also to give them the answer on how to make the transition. So many people that I've come across throughout the years that I preach to, minister to on college campuses, in the jails that I actually did time in before, on the streets, in rehabs, in nursing homes. So many gravitate to what they see in the word that they hear us minister. But the one question they have is, how did you make the transition? How did you go from being this person, having this mindset, being addicted to these kind of things and this kind of lifestyle, to what we see today? Some people, many people that see me today are marveled and never have an idea or clue that I come from the lifestyle and background that I have. The thing that I tell them is that I had a mind change. I've gone through jail. That brought some kind of conviction within my mind, a fear to not want to ever go back to jail. I've gone through deaths in my family that kind of shook me up. I've gone through consequences for the life that I lived that at some point shook me up. But the only thing that changed me, the only thing that caused me to be different, is having the word of God minister to me and allowing those principles, those ways of reasoning and thinking to get inside of my mind. That caused me to see things different. And that's been since the summer of 2010. I've never had a mindset, I've never had a mind battle to go backwards. I never missed the old lifestyle or the things that I was once engaged in. I don't suffer with temptations or provocations from things that I was once so accustomed to. People marvel at that, but that's what done it for me. That's what brought about the transition and the sustainability of what you see today. And so my objective in obtaining my rights back, of course I would love to, I'm in a ministry that's filled with many hunters. I've never been able to go for obvious reasons. I would love that opportunity to be able to, when we meet people, oftentimes we have to spend a lot of time with them, mentorship type ways, because a person left to themselves, they still in the same society, they're still in the same world. So the temptations are gonna come. One thing that helped me is being connected with people that I'm a part of. One of the support that's here for me is my pastor. Somebody that when I initially came to this ministry that I'm a part of, I came as I was. I would go to his office throughout the day, and I would stay there hours every single day because I wanted change. I wanted to be different. I was tired of the way that I was, but I didn't know any other way of living, and I didn't know how to make that transition. Being connected with those that have been converted, that have obtained what I was searching for, it gave me strength. It gave me durability. When we meet people today throughout Texas and Louisiana and anywhere that I travel, we like to stay connected with them. We take them out to eat, bring them to our homes, bring them into our circle. Added thing that some are able to do that I'm not is to go out hunting with them. That's something I would love to do. Also with my family, my children. The other part, my other objective is being able to have that full testimony that God restored it all for me. I've gone from being the person that I was to being married almost as long as I've been converted. I've been married, going on 15 years. Is it 15 years? I've been married by that long. We've been together 16 years. I know that much. But being able to say, you know, I've gone from that lifestyle to being a faithful husband, to being a law-abiding citizen, to never going back to drugs or drinking or back to jail or any of these things. It's something that's amazing to me to go back into the jails where I once wore the same orange jumpsuits, zebra suits, and be able to minister to these men, be able to let them know I've been where you are, but there's hope. If you have the mind to do the same thing that it took for all of us to make this transition to do. Being able to add to that God actually restored everything to me and there's no restrictions. So that someone can see that not only will God and his word, when you allow it to take deep root inside your conscience, not only would it change you to be a better person and open up some doors for you, you can actually go on in life and out in society without any restrictions because you do it the right way.
Okay.
I'm saying that change.
Let's roll up. Let me slow you down. Sometimes when we get preachers up here, we have to kind of rein them in because we got a lot of folks want to talk on your behalf, and so we need to move on. Then we're gonna come back and ask you questions. So you're not through. You know, we're not through talking to you, but we want to move on.
Yes,
That's
sir.
okay. Okay, let's talk to, we got 3 people on Zoom. Well, we got 1 at Zoom, that's your wife. And then we got 2 at headquarters that are going to speak. And then we got a church leader or 2, Ms. Burnett and Ms. King. And so they're not going to speak, but they're on Zoom. So we'll let y'all decide which of the ones here are going to go first. And then we'll talk to the wife last. Okay? So which of you fellas would like to go first? Would you introduce yourself, please, sir, and kind of limit your remarks to a couple minutes, if you would?
I'm Adam Leday, the executive administrative pastor of Ministry of Lafayette, Louisiana campus. And everything that Benjamin Rhodes has stated, I've been born again Christian over 40-something years. I've been pastoring for over 20 years. And through the word of God and the power of God, to see the transformation this young man like, as he had said, I wasn't there to see his past, as I heard his testimonies. He got pictures, he's shown, the brother says we know, but to see how when he came into the ministry, he embraced the word of God and allowed that word of God to change his life. I'm an eyewitness that, as he stated many times, he was in my office on a daily basis. He wanted to know, what he had gotten into and how to go about with the word of God. And definitely, his commitment to the word of God has really transformed his life. I've seen thousands and thousands of people come and go, but he has been a young man that have embraced, that's what it is, you have to embrace that word of God. You got to believe it in the principles and it work. You can't play with it. You determine that you want to do what it says, and it works. And I'm an eyewitness to see it work in his life. His life wasn't my life. I was brought up in a Christian family. I've never been in the trouble, but I witnessed people's lifestyles and see how, again, when they embrace the word of God, God definitely can change their life. Definitely eyewitness, and I can validate everything that he said.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We really do. Okay, next up.
I'm Thomas Walker. I'm also Sergeant Walker at the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office. I've been on Mr. Benjamin Road for a very long time. I've seen his transformation. I've seen people come, what my profession over going on 18 years. I've seen a lot of people say a lot of things and they don't change. But I have seen his life change dramatically. And it's been through the word. It's been through not him just saying something, but he's done it in his life. And he's not only doing it for him, he's doing it for other people. He's helping other people change. So when you see a person not only change their life, but able to have the impact to change others, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. So I'm just saying that as not only a sergeant, but as a friend to me, because I seen it in his life. I work with him on highways and hedges when we go out in the communities and we do these events to help other people. And I see him operate, man, flawlessly. So I just wanted to, everything that he says, I can testify to it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate those words.
Yes, sir.
Now we'll go to Zoom and we'll talk to your lovely wife and see what she got to say.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
Hi, my name is Rosalind Rhodes, and I stand here today with a heart overflowing, thanking you all, and with gratitude and humility and joy as I speak on behalf of my husband, Benjamin Rhodes. Today is not just about a pardon, it's about a life redeemed, a soul restored, and an incredible power of God's grace. My husband's journey has not been an easy one, but it has been one of transformation through faith, discipline, and unwavering service. There was a time when his past choices defined him, but through his commitment to God, he made the decision to let go of the man he used to be and become the man God always called him to be. He has devoted his life to serving others, mentoring, volunteering, and giving back to the very communities that once saw his struggles. He has become a living testimony that change is not only possible, it's real, it's visible, and it's lasting. Through years of reflection, accountability, and faith, he has allowed God to completely transform his life. He has faced his past head on, not with excuses, but with a sincere desire to make amends and live differently. In his journey, he has found purpose in service. He has become a fully devoted to helping others, working tirelessly and uplift his community, whether by mentoring those struggling with addiction, volunteering in outreach programs, or simply being a voice of encouragement and compassion to those who feel forgotten. What stands out most about Benjamin is his humility. He doesn't serve for recognition or reward. He serves because he knows what it means to be given another chance at life. His faith has become his foundation, and his daily actions are proof of a heart transformed. Today, I don't just see a man who has changed, I see a man who inspires change in others. He has shown that redemption isn't just possible, it's real and it's powerful. I humbly ask that you see the man he is today, the man who has surrendered his life to God, devoted himself to serving others, and continues to live every day with integrity, compassion, and purpose. Thank you for your time, and thank you all. Have a blessed rest of your day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll consider those words also. We'll move on now to the Rapides DA's office. Mr. Derek Johnson, are you on Zoom, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you. The board, the Office of Philip Terrell still opposes the pardon with restoration of gun rights. Even though the conviction was amended to simple burglary, the original charge was still armed robbery, which is a violent offense involving the use of a threatening weapon. And, you know, while we respect the applicant's transformation and his service as a minister, the original conduct and public safety implications and the purpose of firearm restrictions all weigh against restoring gun rights. So we are still opposed to reporting with gun rights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comment. We'll take those into consideration also. Mr. Rhodes, would you stand back up there and let us badger you a little bit now? I'm the first one gets to, and then the rest of the board gets to, and then we vote is the way that it works. Okay. Yes, sir. I mean, how old were you when these robberies occurred that you pled later to simple robbery too?
18 years old.
You were 18.
Yes.
And how old were the people that were with you?
Don't remember exactly, but they were older than me. I must say one was maybe in his 40s, the oldest one. The other one was somewhere close to that. But I was 18.
Did you say 40?
He was like 40 something years old.
But they were a good bit older than you, huh?
Yes, they were actually people that I looked up to growing up.
Okay. And you're asking for us to pardon you on those two simple robberies, correct? Okay, well, let's move forward now. This is what troubles me more than even that, and you know where I'm going. In 2008, you were charged with a second-degree murder and possession of firearm by a convicted felon. And I know you said your transformation didn't place, and I'm glad you said 2010, because I was about to say, well, you didn't completely transform, but you were honest with that, and I appreciate that. Tell me, even though the murder charge was dropped, I got to know about it to satisfy myself in my vote. Tell me just roughly what happened there.
June 15, 2008, Father's Day. My mom was at home. I went to my mom's house. She had just bought a house and had hired my stepfather. I went there to tell my mother and my stepfather how it was Father's Day. My dad was stressed out across the bed. My stepfather, I call him my dad, but he was stressed out across the bed, still had his clothes on from the night before, hungover. I spoke with my mom's a little bit. I left, I came back. My stepfather was woke, and we began to get drunk that morning for Father's Day. I remember we was drinking Crown Raw, and we was putting up the screen door, and it seemed like everything was fine. But my mom and stepfather got into a verbal altercation. Wasn't nothing new. I had seen this all my life. I grew up living the life that I lived, pattern all of my stepfather, except for the fact that my stepfather was abusive to my mother. I've seen my mother throughout the years, black eyes, blood slaps, abused, cheated on, you name it, I seen it. I was a witness of it. So this wasn't really new. I just was grateful that it seemed as if it wasn't going to be physical, so I thought. But it actually turned out that way. My mom had just had some kind of surgery or procedure where she wasn't 100% physically. And so they get into this verbal altercation. Myself, my cousins, and my nephew, we all go outside because my dad, my stepfather is packing his things, leaving. In the process of that, I noticed that the windows were down on my mother's truck. So I'm going back into the house to get the keys to the truck to put the windows up. And I remember like it was yesterday, I pulled the screen door to open it, and I heard screams that haunted me for years. My mother screaming my name sounding like a man, Ben, Ben, Ben. And so I run through the house and I come around to their room door, and my stepfather's on top of my mother, choking her out with a 38 special ready to shoot in her face. I said, all I remember saying was, man, what are you doing? And it's like he was ignoring me, and I didn't know it at the time, but my mom actually lost consciousness. I didn't know that some years ago. Long story short, I ended up pulling out the gun that I had, and I began to fire round after round into my stepfather. One of the bullets, after the shooting stopped, my mother regained conscience. She pushed him off of her, and she slid between the bed and the dresser that was in the room. And I checked my dad to make sure he's not finna get up and start shooting with that gun, but he's completely. And all I hear is my mother behind me saying, Ben, I'm shot. And I turned around, one of the bullets actually went through my stepfather and struck my mother in the leg. And so doctors thought my mother would never walk again. They couldn't get the bullet out. My mother's alive and well today. And she's actually one of the first faces that you see when you visit our church. She's the woman, one of the women that swings the door up and says, welcome to Refuge Temple Ministries. I called the police. My cousin and nephew came running in the room, and I tell my mom, I cannot stay. I had just got out of jail. I got out of jail September 21st, 07. I got off parole May 08. This is June 08. And so I'm like, this is crazy. There's no self-defense law reason. There's no explaining this. So initially I ran. But I stayed in contact with the family. My stepfather's dead. I'm tormented in my mind. My mother can't walk. She's in ICU. My cousin talking me into turning myself in. So I go back to Lafayette. This happened in Lafayette. I dumped my car in Baton Rouge. I went up to Monroe for a while, and then I came back to Lafayette to turn myself in. My mom was the only witness in the room. She gave the statement, she gave the story, told what happened. My neighbor across the street that seen me when I fled the scene, she gave her statement. When I turned myself in, I told them the exact same thing that I just told you, that I killed my stepfather, and this is why. And I suffered a lot. My mom suffered, my family suffered a lot behind that, because this wasn't a man that I had problems with or anger issues with. Growing up, me and my dad were the closest of closest, and in my family, I tell you that. So this was heartbreaking. This was real trauma. And it took me some years to get over. My pastor helped me with that throughout the years. But that was the situation. And in retrospect, if I could rewind the hand of time, I always tell people I had no other choice in the matter. The only option that I had at that moment would have caused my mom her life, and more than likely my own. I don't believe my dad was going to shoot and kill my mother and walk past me standing there. And so I always tell people I had no choice. It was either defend my mother and take my dad's life, or my dad was going to kill my mother. But I tell people today, looking back retrospectively, knowing what I know now, what could I have done to prevent that entire situation? And I know now. When I was in jail for those robbery charges, I was converted. I started living for Jesus Christ. Some people call it jailhouse religion. It was real to me. I did turn away from it. And that was the biggest mistake I ever made in my life. Because had I not turned away from God then, I would have never been in that position in the first place. And so now I know the best thing a person in my opinion, can do is continue to live for Jesus Christ, and they will avoid all the troubles of life that can result from things like that.
Okay. And the DA chose not to prosecute that and agreed with you that it was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that wasn't ever pursued, and although we were charged with it, it was dropped, and that was not part of the deal. But you pled guilty to illegal carrying of a weapon
Yes.
but you weren't supposed to have that weapon anyway, because you were charged with felon in possession. So you pled down. So I say all that to determine, because it's really two things here. You're wanting the pardon for the robberies that occurred, and I don't have a big problem with that personally. I do have a problem with the firearm though, and granting the firearm. And so I'm trying to get to the bottom of that. But that's all the questions I have, Madam Chairman.
Any other questions? No other questions. So, Mr. Prater, we're ready to vote.
Okay, forgive me, Mr. Rhodes, but I'm gonna vote to pardon you for the charges so that you can say you're not a felon and you pardoned from all that business, but I can't in good conscience vote to give you a firearm back. So my vote is to pardon without restoration of firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is gonna have to be the same also. You're doing great. Appreciate everything you're doing, but pardon without firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
All right, you got 4 live votes for the pardon without restoration of firearms. So that is the recommendation we're going to make on your behalf. Now you can, if you're successful with the governor, at a later date, you can come back and seek the firearms back. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Bonaventure, how are you?
Great. How are y'all?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Nicholas Bonaventure, 310 West End Drive, New Road, now.
Okay. And so, Mr. Bonaventure, you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced in Iberville Parish in August 2017, or you were convicted rather in Iberville Parish. And in August of 2017, sentencing was deferred and you were placed on 5 years probation. And the crime was possession of amphetamine. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him. He'll have some questions for you.
Okay, Mr. Bonaventure, first off, where are you working now?
I'm at Food Container in St. Francisville. That's the old paper mill.
Okay, and how long have you been out there?
Just past the 10-year mark.
Good, good.
Yes,
Okay. So pretty much about the time all this happened is when you went to work out there.
yes, sir.
Okay, well, that was a blessing. Okay, and tell us, why do you want a pardon?
I mean, the biggest thing is holding me back in my career. I can't really go work where I want to, with this on my shoulder, on my name. And I really like my guns back. That'd be nice. Enjoy hunting season like I want to. So the main thing is holding me back in my career. Can't go work where I want to with this on my name.
Okay, and have you ever been arrested since then?
No, okay. Only time I've ever been.
That's the only arrest on your record.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I also want to note for the record that Tony Clayton is unopposed. The chief is unopposed in Iberville. The chief in New Roads is unopposed. Both sheriffs did voice opposition. But other than that, I have no questions.
Any questions?
I don't.
Have you ever been turned down a position because of the felony on your record with your current employer?
No, ma'am.
No, okay.
No, I know when it's on my name.
Yeah.
I'm scared to go try.
Right, I
for
understand.
better.
I understand. We don't have any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Mr. Bonaventure, it hadn't been 10 years, but it's the only arrest on your record. You got let off probation early, only after 2 years of a 5-year probation. My vote today is going to be to pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Crowe,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
as do I. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor, pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
Ms. Howell, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Deborah Howell, and my current mailing address is 29 Cross Road, Rayville, Louisiana, 71269.
Great, thank you. And let me acknowledge your guests. You have with you your family, Miss Anna Howell, Tyler Barr, your boyfriend, and Byron McCoy, a friend. And they all want to speak on your behalf, and we'll call on them shortly to do so. First, I'm just going to read some identifying information into the record and ask you if it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton. Your case has been assigned to her. So you're here today, Ms. Howell, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Tensall Parish in July 2015 for possession of methamphetamine. You received a 2-year sentence. Is that correct?
I was actually arrested in May, but then finally charged in July.
Yes, sentenced in July.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's okay. Mrs. Stapleton.
okay, Deborah, let's see, why do you need a pardon? I read what you said here, but tell us why you need a pardon today, and why do you need it with restoration of firearms?
Well, I used to go hunting with my dad, and I don't know why I jumped firearms. I used to go hunting, and for the most part, I just wanted that right restored. Most of my life I've been single since my sobriety and being drug free. And I have 2 pit bulls that are really big, and she acts as my security system, like literally. But it would be nice to have my gun rights back so that I could carry it on me for protection. Because most of the time I am by myself, or it's just me and my nephew who I'm raising. As far as receiving the pardon, I was in my previous life attending Copeland Community College to become a registered nurse. I had the heart to become a registered nurse and then fast track to nurse practitioner in cardiology. However, I developed a substance abuse problem in alcohol and pills and methamphetamine. And part of that is in my speech and how that just kind of happened. However, since then I have become a minister. I am ordained in the Church of God of Cleveland, Tennessee. God has a funny sense of humor, but he has a way of taking my big mess that I made, all of my mistakes, and a lot of the junk that I didn't need, and turn it into a great ministry. So I went into ministry, and after I became ordained in December of 2021, I believe the Holy Spirit was like, okay, Deborah, now that we've done this, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm already grown. And he's like, no, spiritually, you're still a little girl. You're my little girl, but really, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, well, he says, the first thing that comes to your mind, what is it? I said, a heart doctor. A heart doctor you will be, because I've always been fascinated with cardiology. And the Word of God ministers and actually does a spiritual surgery, like surgery, or a spiritual transformation. I like to say an overhaul, kind of like you do a car. A car has a motor and it has a transmission. Transmission is your mind. Your heart is the engine. And I guess it's funny because I was like, well, God, what kind of heart doctor am I going to be? He says, well, Deborah, you'll find out. So I didn't even worry about the pardon. I didn't even worry about that board until last year.
Yeah.
I had the application in my drawer. I received a job at the House of Prayer International, my first job as an ordained minister, in March of 2022. I had been there almost 4 years. Next March will be 4 years. And it still weighed on my heart. You know, I know that I'm doing a greater work in the kingdom of God, but I knew I always wanted to be in the medical field.
And that would stand in your way in the medical field if you
Well, the one charge that's on there that would interfere is the drug charge. I have
Okay,
a
the meth.
session scheduled too, yeah.
Yeah.
I have been clean and it's in my speech. I had this well put together speech. My sobriety dates are important and special to me. And the reason why I know my arrest dates when the day I was picked up is each arrest date. Like the first time I was arrested in 2013, I was on at Shiloh RV Park, broke down in a 2007 Land Rover. It was in August of 2013 that God set me free from alcohol and pills. After that day, I never touched Xanaxes or Xanbars ever again. And now, mind you, I didn't even know that this is what God was doing, but this is what He was doing. In October 2014, during my second arrest, he led me to take a vow of abstinence, and I'm saving myself until marriage. In May of 2015, that's when I finally threw my hands up in the air, and I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm tired.
That was the meth, right?
Yes, that was the meth.
Yes.
And that is my sobriety. That is when I have been clean of crystal meth since May of 2015.
Yes.
What makes it so dramatic is the day that my mom had to make another hard decision and call the law. The repo guy was there to repossess my Land Rover, and I'm sitting there in handcuffs and shackles around my feet, and I'm like, what is it? He's like, ma'am, I need you to sign this. I'm here to repossess your Land Rover. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, seriously, this is happening right now. And I'm looking up in there like, God, seriously, this is. And it was in that moment when I signed that paper, when I got into that transport van, I said, I'm done.
Okay. Do you want us to talk to the rest of your, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you some more?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your history. We're gonna get back to you.
Okay.
We're gonna
I
let
was
you
just
support
nervous
us.
or maybe excited. And I also did bring my license, my exhorter's license and ordained minister's license.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You're doing fine.
I'm
Okay.
doing fine.
You're doing fine. Yeah, we're just gonna let your supporters talk now, okay? How about your mother? Miss Howell, do you want to speak?
No, but I wanted to say that
Huh?
I know my daughter all my life.
You go up there to the podium, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody will be fine. We don't bite.
My daughter, I know her so many years.
Mhm.
She stayed with me. I know when she got real high, when she drunk, and every day go by, I'm not to think about her, but thank God today she found her way. That's all I want to say.
That's-
And thank you all again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming on behalf of your daughter. Okay, who wants to speak next? Okay. And introduce yourself, please.
My name is, full name is James Tyler Ward. I live in Valdez, Louisiana. I own and operate a construction company. I'm here today to express my unwavering support for Deborah Howell. She is standing before you to request and proceed for full pardon. I do so not only as someone who loves her deeply, but as someone who has witnessed her integrity, compassion, and steadfast commitment, serving the Lord, and helping others grow in extraordinary ways. As she is an assistant pastor at House of Prayer International, where we in Monroe, Louisiana, where we attend church. She works in the administrative office, and she's on the women's board at the church, where she assists with planning events, mentors young conference, Teaches a Bible study class on Wednesdays. She's on the worship team. And beyond her pastoral duties, she raises her 15-year-old nephew, providing stability, encouragement, and the daily guidance and upbringing of a teenager. She remains deeply involved with her
It's 9, 7th grade nieces, 2nd grade nephews.
yes, great nieces and nephews. Ensuring she gives them support and shows that they're being loved. Them too, some of them have their father, they don't have a father in their life, some of them do. But she is always going above and beyond, doing for them, buying them happies, reading the Bible to she helps her mom, Miss Anna, just about with everything, anything that she could possibly help her with. She also cleans, houses, as a second source of income. While she's cleaning, she's sharing the gospel. Her dedication to helping others is inspiring, and she consistently lends her compassion and support to both members of our church and those within the community. She has a unique ability to brighten any rooms that she enters, which speaks volumes about her character and influences that she has on others. Deborah's journey from the past mistake to be a pillar of her community is nothing short of remarkable. She has shown that she learns from her errors and uses those lessons to uplift others. Granting her pardon will not only restore full rights, but also affirm the progress that she has made and to empower her to serve on an even larger scale. Deborah has brought a piece into my life that I didn't know was missing. With it, a desire to grow, not just for us, but for something greater. Since her and I have been together, I have let things that no longer serve, I have let go of things that no longer serve me. I haven't touched a beer or whiskey almost a year. It's not because she had asked me to. It's because of her love made me want to be better. Excuse me. She has shown me true strength isn't what we consume or how we can escape, but how we show up with clarity, and with purpose, and with love. Excuse me. But the most beautiful gift that she has given me is the hunger to know God. Through her, I have felt pulled toward His Word, His comfort of His promises, and the power of His presence. I see God's light in Deborah. And it's that light that is guiding me to be a better man. I thank you all for considering Deborah Howell's petition. As I am confident that she will continue to exemplify accountability, leadership, and compassion when given this chance of receiving the pardon. Feel free to reach out to me. I can feed myself all over.
Tyler, you showed your love.
Thank y'all.
Well convinced. Okay. Mr. McCoy.
My name is Byron McCoy, live right in Louisiana. Pastor Deborah moved into our neighborhood, I'm gonna say 3 years ago. The only reason I'm here right now is because of God, Pastor Deborah Howell. Doctor told me to quit drinking, or my liver was gonna fail, and I died. I didn't listen, no. Yes, drinking. Pastor Deborah came into our neighborhood and started praying for some of us. She prayed that I would start going to church. She prayed over me and a friend of mine, Keith, who is no longer with us. Got us both in church. I started going to church, and shortly thereafter I quit drinking. She prayed over me, quit drinking. Now, I'm doing real good, no drinking. I go to church every day. And it's all because of the good Lord sending Pastor Deborah to save my life. Pastor Deborah is associate pastor at House of Prayer International, where we go. She's also church secretary. She also teaches a Bible study class. She's a mentor, a teacher, a rock for a whole lot of us. There are just so many people that she touches with her spirit, her godliness, and I think she deserves this. Also, Pastor Deborah is raising her 15-year-old nephew, and he's an AB on-road student. I get to see his grades. He does really well. He helps children's church. If he's not doing that, he helps with media at church. All this is under the guidance and the love that is out there. I really wish y'all would consider this. I think she deserves a right back.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Deborah, would you like to go back to the podium, please?
Sure.
Okay, don't be nervous.
You know what? I'll share something with y'all. I had this, I'm okay with small groups. I lead with young adults from ages, and I'm great with kids. But when I have to get in front of like a huge audience or like the sanctuary, I can worship because I'm a worship leader and I'm worshiping and I'm singing, so I don't have to talk. But it's funny how God uses people. And he uses people to help you overcome fears and insecurities, okay? I never made a video blog because I did not like the way I talked. Everybody made fun of me because I have an Asian physical appearance and I sound like Reese Witherspoon off of Sweet Home Alabama. So for a long time, it caused an insecurity. And I heard the Holy Spirit say, Deborah, I don't make mistakes. You were meant to have the you have. And so I wouldn't make video announcements. My pastor, he heard me reading the announcement. He said, okay, that sounds great, doesn't it, Deborah? Yes, sir. He's like, now I want you to go get a tripod and I want you to download the teleprompter because you're going to start making video announcements. I'm like, you're kidding, right?
And you were successful?
And last Sunday, yes, I was successful.
There you go.
I don't sound as bad as I thought I did.
Right.
And he also, my executive pastor, asked me to speak at Pastor Appreciation Sunday, which was last Sunday.
You were successful.
I was a little nervous.
But you did it.
But I did.
So you're at the crux right now of us asking you some questions, okay, Deborah? Okay. And some of them's a little bit hard. But you sent in a very truthful, request and, which was good. So I have to ask you about an aggravated assault that happened in 2014. It was dismissed, but what happened?
I'll tell you, it's crazy because the speech that I have for y'all is about my testimony. It's about going from brokenness to complete surrender. So, in 4 months after returning home in October 2014, I had not slept for several days and eventually passed out from exhaustion. When I awoke, the craving for a cigarette drove me into my mother's kitchen. I asked her for money, but she explained that she didn't have any left after paying bills and buying groceries. Instead of accepting her honesty, I accused her of lying and I tried to make her feel guilty for not giving me what I wanted. My behavior that day was irrational and it was fueled by the same destructive mindset that had ruled me for years. As I walked into the patio area, there was we have a bar, it's like a horseshoe bar in the patio. And I walked over there and I saw a butcher's knife on the counter, something that has never ever been left out, like for as long as my mom has had that house, I mean, since I've been a baby. And in my frustration and delusion, I picked up the knife and threatened to split somebody's wig or head if I didn't get a cigarette. My mother looked at me with heartbreak and disappointment before quietly walking out the door. Now, when I look back at that moment now, I can say without hesitation that I was not my mother's daughter in that instant. I can tell you one day that she shook me and slapped me and was telling the devil to get out of me because she wanted her daughter back. I was a stranger under the influence of darkness and addiction. My middle brother, Billy, urged me to apologize. I was like, you better hurry up and apologize or she's gonna call the cops. And honestly, I remember being in a butterfly robe and I was like, I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm not apologizing to nobody. And I remember it, even though I was really out there. But I didn't apologize. I allowed pride and anger to consume me. I refused. I went back inside. I cooked some chicken nuggets and fries. And I smoked a cigarette that my middle brother got me.
Did she call the police, Deborah?
She did.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You also put in there that you have been hospitalized.
Yes, 3 times.
Yes, for bipolar disorder. Now, you said you had been without sleep for like 4 days.
Yes.
And that can trigger bipolar episodes.
Yes.
So is that what we found out was happening then? Because the things that you say sounds like what a trigger would be and also what the end product would be.
Okay. To be truthful with you, I never had bipolar disorder before. It wasn't until under the addiction to methamphetamines, okay, that's when they diagnosed me. That's another thing that God set me free from. When I was on parole and released in January of 2016,
yes,
I had to go see a mental health specialist in Tallulah, Louisiana, about like, I think every 3 months or something like that. Anyway, God was already working with me and I knew I didn't want to take the medicine because I knew I wasn't bipolar. I knew that the only reason I was diagnosed to be bipolar was because I was on meth. So when you're up and you're high, I mean, you're like high on life when you're not. And then when you come down and
you're depressive,
you're another thing. And then you go searching for a means or a way to fix, get your fix.
Well, let me ask you something, Deborah. Where the problem is coming today is, look, you have very unusual, no law enforcement opposition, okay? Which is wonderful. But the thing is, and then now you're saying you don't believe you have bipolar, so you're not taking medicine.
I haven't taken Risperdal or lithium since probably, I want to say it was early in 2016.
Okay, now no stigma on that, okay, from my part, let me tell you. So lithium and Risperdal, that's a common for bipolar disorder. But here's the thing. So we're talking about pardon with restoration of firearms. And I don't know if when you fill out an application, federal application, I don't know if they're going to ask if there's a mental health problem or mental health hospitalization. I don't know. That may come up again later for something like that. But right now, that's something we have to consider, Deborah. And look, and you haven't had any problem in 10 years. That's magnificent. And you clearly have turned your life around. And that is something to be so proud of. And so many things are to be so proud of. So I just wanted to check you on that diagnosis and if you were taking any medicine. And how do you feel if we don't give you the firearms back? If you get a pardon without firearms, can you understand?
Yeah, I can share. I want to share this because it's on my heart and I'm not gonna cry. After being, for 20 years after my dad died in 95, I rebelled. And I did a lot of things like drugs and stuff recreationally, and thinking that that was gonna give me a cool factor, that was gonna make me, I don't know, be accepted. And anyway. Not at all.
I hate to hurry you up because we got other
I want you.
cases, so,
The bipolar disorder,
yeah,
when I got off drugs, I said I never want to take any medicine ever again.
I understand.
don't. And I think for me, bipolar, which is clinical or seasonal, we all go through different seasons in life. So the word of God says that we all go through mountaintops and we all go through the valleys. That's where the lilies grow. So I think me being in ministry and also being an overcomer in drug addiction for 10 years,
okay.
that's how I deal with it. We're gonna have good days and bad days, but Jesus stays the same.
Okay,
As
well,
far as the
I'm,
firearms, it's not a deal breaker. I've been carrying the sword of the spirit, the word of God.
okay, and that's
And-
important. I mean, that's everything. So I'm gonna pass it over to my board members, to see if they have any questions.
I have no question. Questions?
No questions.
No, so Deborah, my recommendation today is that you be granted a pardon without firearms. And I wish you every happiness and continued success.
Mr. Prater?
I think we grant, my vote would be grant with firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to grant without firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant without firearms.
My vote would be today also without firearms.
Okay.
So you got a unanimous vote to grant the pardon and without firearms. So if you're successful with the pardon, you can come back at a later date and ask for the firearms. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself, tell us your name and mailing address.
Yes. My name is Michelle Flynn.
Okay, so Michelle Flynn is who we have.
That's my legal name now. At the time,
Now.
it was Michelle Kane.
Okay, I had it backwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Michelle Flynn.
All right.
Currently. Kane was my.
True, I got it. Yep, thank you. I appreciate that. And let us recognize your guest. We have with you, on Zoom, we have your pastor Chartier. Chartier. Marjorie Rizzo is here, Caitlin Pelche, David Landry, Kevin Edwards, and Michelle. Michelle, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record and ask you to verify if it's correct on the record. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater. Your case has been assigned to him. He'll take the lead on the interview. Okay. So you are here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, January 2014, for distribution of heroin. You received a 5-year sentence. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Prater.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, the way I understand it, you were arrested in October of 2012, sentenced in 2024, or excuse me, 2014 to 5 years. You finished your sentence in a little over 10 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're wanting this because you want to adopt a child and you can't with a felony. Is that correct?
The main reason, yes.
Okay. You've had no arrest since, and you're very active in your rehab and your church. Is all that right?
I'm not currently as active, but when initially for the first probably 5-6 years, I was very active. I kind of moved towards take care of my family. I have a grandchild now. And
Okay.
so I kind of focused on that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had those figures right.
Yes.
Okay. You fill in the blanks now.
Okay, well, I don't know where you'd like me to start, but actually my arrest date was October 28th, 2012, and exactly 13 years today. It's a number thing, but so that day, is that where you want to start?
Okay.
So I was a heroin addict. That particular day, so that time of my life it's pretty hazy. You know, I was very in my addiction. I was very broken. So that day I had gone to the person that I was buying from. He was staying at the hotel in Slidell. I believe, to my recollection, I picked him up, walking to the South Shore. He purchased, I came back. When we came back to the hotel, he was like, hey, you know, this girl, wants to meet me at the gas station so I can give her something. He's like, you know, you go run it over there, give it to her, bring it back. And I did. I knew the girl. I'd known her long before, you know, I was even in addiction or anything. So I did. I gave it to her, distributed it to her. Definitely distributed it. And I brought her the money back. And then I went home. I had no idea anything else was going on, but apparently, you know, there was a big, they were watching, right, obviously. And so they followed her home, the girl, and arrested her. And her statement, you know, she had stated that I had sold it to her. She did. So I got a warrant, I turned myself in.
Okay. All right. And why do you think what are you doing to make us feel like you completely reformed where we ought to give you this part?
Well, it's such a hard question. I 100% believe in consequence. You know, I can guarantee you that if it were not for that day, because, you know, when you're in that addict mentality, you're angry, it's everybody, you know, you're the victim. And when I first got arrested, it was the blame game. It was this person's fault and that person's fault. But I can tell you that I would not be here today at all if I hadn't been arrested. And I would not have been able to repair the relationships with my mother or my son or anything. It was that selfishness and going through the recovery in prison and being away from my son. And it was seeing how selfish I was, how much I not just stole physically, but stole from my family's lives. And, you know, I came home, I was able to be so much more selfless, I guess, because it was so selfish. And life has put me in a lot of situations where I've had to be very selfless, much more than I thought it was ever possible. Taking care of my stepfather until he died, just different, just randomly different things. And I've been able to share my testimony and help people, give people hope that I've given people hope, because in my addiction, I truly believed I was going to die in my addiction. I really believed that my family was better off without, and that there was help. I could not see it without. And it happened the way it had to happen. And I don't know. I don't know that anyone really ever deserves, you know, what people really deserve, you know. It's a I guess a hope that I hope for, and a light that just a freedom of it.
Okay, well, let's hear from your mother, son, and pastor. It's not the same person, but we'll hear from each one. Who would like to go first? The mother, and whatever you're thinking about saying, cut it by half.
No, I don't.
Because she's the main one we just want you to, we just want to see there's more than two that want to say nice things.
About selflessness, my husband became very ill. And I was in nursing school at Southeastern. And I noticed it got to the point where he needed 24-hour care. She was living in Georgia at the time. Yeah, living in Georgia. I didn't ask. She came home and took over so I could continue going to nursing school and graduate.
Wow.
I mean,
That's a change.
yes. Oh, you have no idea. But the main thing I wanted to say was during her years of addiction, it's a thing that parents want to be able to say, I'm proud of my child and what they've become. And I couldn't, and it hurt. I mean, it really did hurt. And then one day, a few years later, when she was really starting to work and do better, and it's like, I felt it. It was like, I'm really proud of you. I'm proud to be your mother. I see how you've grown from and learned from your mistakes. It's like, I can see it, and it's just beautiful. Really wonderful.
Great story. Well, that's just right. Just right. Okay. Let's hear now from the son. Let's see if you can top that.
I believe so. I've been through it all with her. And, you know, I still remember a lot from when I was a kid and growing up and this and that. And I let go of all of it, just about. We've been through a lot, and recently I had a daughter 2 years ago. I say recently. And seeing how she is with Everly, my wife can back me up on that. It's like a whole different person. She treats Everly as if it was her own, as if she was her own. But she takes care of her of the way that I know she would have treated me if things different. And when
I think you did. You topped it. That was nice.
Yes.
Very nice. Okay, let's hear from the pastor, sir. Mr. Al, let me put my glasses on here. Al Chart. Well, I shouldn't have put my glasses on because I can't say it.
That's okay.
You say it for us.
Al Chartier, yes, sir.
Chartier. Okay, sir, tell us what you got on your mind.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but just to kind of reiterate a little bit of what's already been said. When Michelle was incarcerated, she started attending Celebrate Recovery classes. And when she was released, that's how I first met her. She started coming to our church, just looking for an opportunity to serve and help others. And she recognized how much that program had helped her grow and learned from some of her past mistakes and just wanted to be a part of helping others. And, while she may have mentioned before, like, hey, she said, I'm not as involved as I once was. I'll attest that, for a good 8 or 9 years, every single week, she was like my right hand. So she's extremely administratively gifted. She was in charge of scheduling volunteers for our Celebrate Recovery ministry. She was in charge of sharing testimonies. She was in charge of organizing our kids ministry, making sure that kids don't have to make the same mistakes that parents have made. So when parents are learning about fear or grief or addiction or whatever, that the children were able to learn about it at their level of understanding. Michelle was the spearhead behind all of that. As far as helping children whose parents were incarcerated, she was the driving force behind organizing that effort. We partnered every year for many years with an organization called Angel Tree Ministries, and that was all her idea. She was the one who organized the volunteers. She was the one who organized, the church purchasing of gifts and delivering those gifts and spending time with children whose parents were locked up behind bars. So, it's true for her to say, like, oh, I'm not as involved as I once was. She still comes to church, but she has a granddaughter. She has family members that she's now reconciled with. And for many, many years, she was a driving force in our Celebrate Recovery ministry. She helped us get that thing started, get off the ground. And still to this day, we have 50, 60 people every single week who come to this ministry that she was a major initiator behind. So, yeah, my wife and I are super proud of her. We're thankful that she's been a friend to our family. We've been able to walk with her through some really hard times in the past. And she's one of our greatest joys just to see her continue doing so well right now.
Thank you, sir. And just so everyone understands, although we act like we're rushing you, we've each one of us studied about 150 pages of your background and police reports and everything. So we're very familiar with it. That's why Madam Chairman, I'm through asking questions, ready to vote anytime.
You too. All right, we're ready for the vote, Mr. President.
My vote is to give you pardon.
Steve, what did you want to say?
Oh, I didn't know if you needed me to go back up there.
No.
My vote is to pardon with restoration of power.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is also to pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Stapleton. And I concur, as do I. So it's a unanimous vote. We'll make the recommendation on your behalf to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
apologize for being short. My wife packed my food, I spent the night in my box and that, we used to come out and it didn't fit.
That's
So,
okay.
they're sorry.
That's
You've had all day to go shopping, I'm sure, haven't you? We hadn't even taken a break since 8:30 this morning, so we're trying to get you through. We're not complaining or want sympathy. We signed up for the job, but we don't even take a break because we know how inconvenient it is, and you never know how long it'll take.
I appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Petrie, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Anthony Craig Petrie, 26603 West Philly Highway 82, Capital, Louisiana.
Okay, and so you have your dad here with you, Mr. Morris Petrie. We will call on him in just a moment. He wants to speak on your behalf. So I will read some identifying information into the record, ask you to verify that it's correct or not. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton. Your case has been assigned to her. Okay, so Mr. Petrie, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Lafayette Parish. January 2007, you received a 10-year sentence for simple burglary. And there's another date, sentencing date, February 2005, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. That was a 6-year sentence. Is that correct? Right, Mrs. Stapleton?
Okay, so we're just gonna get to it right away. All right, so I showed that you were under supervision 3 times and you were revoked 2 times. Can you tell me about that?
Oh, it looks like.
Okay.
One, and then they sent me to a program way up North Louisiana, and I'm more fluent to death, so then they put.
Okay, so we're talking about when did you get out of jail?
For this last offense, it's honestly, I can't tell you the date.
Okay.
So I got married in 13, 12, 11 or 12.
Okay, all right. So what have you been doing with your life since you got out of jail?
My father had a pipeline construction company ever since I was a kid. That's how I got into the business. And I was doing that up until about 4 months ago. The engine in my truck blew and the brand new diesel truck's $90,000. I'm gonna go ahead and do commercial crabbing because I live in Pecan Island. In fact, as soon as we leave here, we want to quit and drive. I'm gonna get my commercial crabbing application license. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so so you need the pardon for your application for your license, is that what it is?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am. So we live like over an hour, so it's like, 3 birds with 1 stone. This was first and foremost. Then we're gonna go to headquarters, Department of Wildlife Fisheries and get my application. And then his sister, only living sister, just lives a couple blocks down. So we're just doing all these 3 things in that. I do not need a pardon for that.
So it's.
You need one for duck hunting.
Oh, okay, for hunting, okay. All right, so that's what I was gonna ask you about, so you need a pardon.
Sole purpose of getting it.
Okay. It's been a good while since everything happened. I don't have any more questions. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have any.
Anybody?
No.
Okay, so, Mr. Petrie, I'm ready to vote. Even without your daddy talking. Y'all okay with that?
We gotta let the daddy.
He got all the good.
You wanna talk? Let the daddy talk.
You wanna say something? Sure.
Come on up there and say something for your son.
This is my boy. Craig made a bad choice when he was younger.
Okay.
But he is reformed, believe me. And I had purchased a camp at Pecan Island, my wife and I. And after Craig got married and 10 years ago, he asked me to spend some time over there, he and his wife. And I says, go ahead, spend some time. And he finally came out and said, Dad, I really like you want to buy it. I sold it to him. I learned to hunt and fish from my son. And he was quarterback of his high school team, he was Everybody, you're gonna hear that from every father or parent or whatever, he's a good boy.
Yes,
And he loves to hunt, well,
I
that,
understand.
but that's for you to decide,
Yes, I understand.
and whatever you decide, accept it wholeheartedly. But I believe in him, so whatever.
Well, I'm sure.
He doesn't offer compliments, like, very often, so.
Your daddy loves you.
But Craig is his middle name. When I had the company, he could pass any test there was. He would drive any truck I had. He could operate any piece of equipment I had. He could do it all. But it's like I said, a long time ago, he went on the wrong road. He paid for it. He sure did. He
Okay,
paid for it.
well, thank you. Thank you both. Now, are we ready to vote now? Okay, so my vote today is, your offenses were a long time ago, and, seems like you've lived a good straight life since then, from everything I can hear. So my vote today is to pardon with restoration of firearms. Mr. Crater?
I'll concur.
Mr. Freeman?
There's a lot of criminal history. A lot of criminal history. My vote is going to. My vote is to deny, too much criminal history and bad supervision history.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman. The history, too much criminal history.
My vote, you didn't get what you needed. You needed 4 votes that were the same. My vote would be to make the recommendation for the pardon with the restoration of firearms. So you got 3 of those votes, 2 that were to deny. So the outcome is today that your application's been denied.
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
I know it's been a long day for you. Thanks for waiting. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your mailing address.
Yes, my name is Heather Gore Armstrong. Mailing address is 160 Matthews Street in Sarepta. I just moved August 1st, so you may have my previous address at 701 10th Street Northwest in Spring Hill.
Yeah. What's your current zip code?
71071.
All right, got it. Okay, thank you. And so I guess you've been kind of watching us today, so you kind of know the drill. So let me just get started and read the information into the record. So Ms. Armstrong, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have a sentencing date, September. This is in Claiborne Parish. In September 2007, you received a 3-year sentence for possession of Schedule 2. September of 2007, there also 2 counts possession of cocaine. You received a 3-year sentence, and then another date in November 2008 for theft, and that was 4 years. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
How you doing? Good afternoon, Ms. Armstrong.
Hello.
Tell us why you need a firearm.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So my husband works in law enforcement. I currently, in August of 2024, received my bachelor's in criminal justice. And so, as you can imagine, when he's off duty, he would like to carry. And that my charges and past make it a little difficult for him to do so when he's not in uniform. I also have 3 sons, 2 of which who are very active in 4-H. They compete doing shooting sports. My oldest even went to nationals last year. But I'm unable to transport him to practice because I can't transport his weapon. And so that is my main motivation for asking for the restoration of those rights.
Okay, so what's going on with the drug problem?
Yeah, so I've been clean and sober since November 10th of 2009. I completed a 9-month rehab, and since have been clean and sober. My charges did stem from when I was in college and high school. Was living a party lifestyle, very hard-headed, in the wrong crowd, wrong group of people, thought I was bulletproof, made a lot of mistakes. But since then, I've worked with the community in recovery and trying to better and touch people on a deeper level. There is a teen challenge program here in North Louisiana in Minden that I work with quite often. I was the director of the children's church at Central Baptist Church here in Spring Hill for a while. And so I just am looking for an opportunity to do something in my, in my degree, and just a second chance at life.
Okay, was there some stolen goods?
Yes. So in my addiction, and I'm sorry, it's covering your face. I just wanted to move that right quick. In my addiction, I did have a job working retail for Fred's. And there was theft there to cover goods like everyday needs and things. That restitution was paid and no excuses there. That was in the depth of my addiction and a time that was really dark for me.
Okay, you seem like a nice person, so you don't think you're gonna get into any more trouble?
No. So it's been a long time since then. I haven't had any other issues or arrests or anything like that. I actually work very closely with a lot of judges and lawyers and police law enforcement groups. It's, a matter of people, places, and things. I moved out of Claiborne Parish in 2012 for a change. Didn't move very far. I'm just right across the thing in Webster. But I do think it's all about who you align yourself with and your beliefs and what's important to you.
Thank you so much. I have no questions.
How long have you been married?
So we've been married since 2014. We met in 2012.
Okay, so that was after your addiction.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned you work with law enforcement. In what, how do you do that? Is that with the Youth Challenge program or what?
Well, so like I stated, my husband works in law enforcement. So he started as a police officer in 2019. And since then he volunteers for Cotton Valley Police Department. And since I've gotten and obtained my criminal justice, I have worked with that department. I also worked in technical support for computer things, so like helping them get computer systems and things of that nature and organization, stuff like that.
All right, well, thank you. I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton,
And I concur with Mr. Tillis to grant with firearms.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
and Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
as do I. So, Armstrong, on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
Thank you all so much, and I hope y'all have a great day.
You too.
All right, good afternoon. Miss Neal, you're still on mute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you driving? You're not driving, are you?
No, I'm parked.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Natalie Neal. My mailing address is 1521 Spring Street, Natchitoches, Louisiana, 71457.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And so, Ms. Neal, let me just read the identifiers into the record and get you to confirm that it's correct, and then I'm going to turn it to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him. And we do see you have some family. You have your husband and son who are also on Zoom and want to speak, and we'll call on them in just a few moments. So
Okay.
you are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in May of 1999. You received a 5.5-year sentence for a manslaughter conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Ms. Neal, first off, you got a low sentence. What was going on?
It was a fight between me and he was my boyfriend at the time. And it ended up being where I thought I was firing off like a warning shot, but it wasn't. And it ended up hitting him and he ended up dying.
Did y'all fight often?
No, actually, that was the first time we even had a argument, let alone a physical altercation.
And tell me about that little slip up in 2005. What happened there where you got caught with the marijuana?
My brother was on child support and we all were in my mom's house. So instead of him going to jail, I took I said that it was mine and I went to they arrested me.
Okay. Did you ever have a drug problem?
No, sir.
About an alcohol problem?
No, sir.
Okay, but you were drunk the night that this happened, correct?
No, I don't remember being under the influence, but I don't know. Probably so.
I thought that was in your own statement that you said you were drinking and that when he came back, you had been drinking and you thought
Oh yeah, I had went with Marianne and Billy. Yeah. It's been a long time.
I understand. Okay, let's hear from the people that want to speak on your behalf. Mr. Corey Jefferson.
Hello.
Yes, sir. What do you want to say about your mother?
So, what I want to say about my mother, for one, of course, as you know, she raised me. But far as her raising me, the time that I spent with my mother, I've seen her improve her life greatly, become the boss and manager of a lot of businesses, and I've seen her change her life around from what she used to be when I was younger to now. And that's what makes me believe that she should be able to have her full life back.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's hear from Mr. Overton Jr. Overton Jefferson Jr., your husband. You're on silent.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, how y'all doing today?
Man.
Okay, well, as y'all know, Natalie is my wife, and we've been together
ever since she came home from being incarcerated. And that we've been together, been married 21 years, been together 22 years. And us together, we have grown a lot. And I truly know that Natalie's a good person. And she's been the head of, a few successful buildings that we have and ones that we have right now. And I think that just her not being partner and seeing her being let down by a lot of things that she's wanted to do because these things keep popping back up on her, is kind of being like, a hindrance to her. And I know that she's learned her lesson and she deserves another chance. She's been a loving mother and faithful to being a productive citizen. Hey, we had a little slip up and she explained that to you. But other than that, she's been productive out here, a loving mother, a loving wife, and faithful to what she's doing and staying on the right path and loving God is all we have been doing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Neal, and why do you want the pardon? Why do you need your gun rights back?
That's just one of the things that I wanted to get back my gun rights. But also every time, like when I filled out for a good job at the bank and any good positions at places to work and stuff, this pops up and it comes up and it prevents me from making money, being able to get a job and stuff like that, which end up being the result of me being a business owner because I wasn't able to be hired because every time this popped up on my record. And I just, it's just been hard. I kind of felt like, I really regret what happened. And it bothers me still to this day, but it's been hindering me being just productive, being able to be productive.
Okay. My colleagues have any other questions?
No questions?
No.
No questions. You ready to vote?
Wow. Yeah. Okay, Ms. Neal, it's been a long, long time ago, but someone lost their life.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but I'm not inclined for such a serious crime to do this. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillers,
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton,
Well, my vote is to grant without firearms.
Mr. Prater,
My vote is to deny.
all right, Ms. Neal, you didn't get the vote you needed today because you needed 4 votes to grant your request. You got 2 votes for the pardon. 1 was with firearm, 1 was without, and 2 to deny. So the application today has been denied. Good luck to you, ma'am. All right, good afternoon. We are ready for Mr. Matthew Toups. Mr. Toups, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Matthew Toups, and my current mailing address is 605 Homedale Street in New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124.
Great, thank you. And you have you have counsel today. Mr. Motter, would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
introduce yourself for the record? We can't hear you. You're still on mute.
Bless you.
Unplug your headphone.
You're still on mute.
Is that better?
Yeah, there we go. I can hear you now.
There we go. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. This is David Mott on behalf of the respondent.
All right. Thank you, sir. Also, we have some friends, Charles Cicero and Erica Cicero, who want to speak. We'll call on them at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Toups, let me read the identifier information into the record. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of the firearm. I forgot to recognize also Mr. Randy Myers with the DA's office in Jefferson. He's here with us also on Zoom, and he would like to have some, we'll call on him also. So you were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, October 2021, operating a vehicle third offense. Sentencing was deferred. You were placed on 5 years probation with a special condition that you complete DWI specialty program. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so I'll turn it over.
Okay, Mr. Toups, tell me why you are seeking a pardon and why you think you should get one.
So I've gone through a lot and dealt with a lot over the years, and just like we all have, and like we all have to, life's given me ups and downs. But unfortunately, I found myself in a place where alcohol was my comfort. That was my go-to. Happy, sad, mad, whatever it was, alcohol was my go-to. And it took me a long time and a conviction in the DWI court program for me to realize that I was, to be able to get to a point and recognize that alcohol was actually a problem for me and was causing me so many problems. So at that point, I decided that I was going to make a change for the better. August 24th, 2021 became the anniversary of my sobriety. I embraced AA. I went through my court program. I graduated it. And I certainly think that I've become a better person for it. I am happy to live my life soberly. It's the best thing for me. It's the best choice I've ever made for myself. And I'm always willing to share my sobriety and my happiness with it, with any family, friends, or even strangers. And today I even actually sponsor one of my best and dearest friends who, as a matter of fact, today he makes 1 year of sobriety. So now I'm 40 years old. I still think I have a lifetime to go. I'm trying to put all this behind me for good. I'm trying to keep advancing my career and, bettering myself and bettering my life. I do eventually, my next goal is to become a notary public in Louisiana, and this pardon being granted would enable me to, apply for my notary license and to take the notary exam. So I just am looking for some closure on the things in the past and, that I've more than atoned for, and I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. I have some further questions for you in just a minute. First off, let's hear from Charles Cicero, a friend.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Thank you for taking the time to allow us to speak on behalf of our good friend, Matt. Matt's been a great family friend. We met him several years ago through church, which has been a wonderful experience. Matt has been the closest friends that we could ever ask for. My wife and I moved here about 6 years ago. Didn't know a lot of people, but ended up meeting, like I said, met Matt through church, and he's been with our family through everything, through ups and downs, tough times and good times as well. And he's affectionately referred to as Uncle Matt by our two little ones who you might hear in the background right now. But we've seen Matt go through his entire process. My wife and I are both attorneys, so we understand the gravitas of the situation, and wouldn't try to make any excuses for that. But we have seen Matt go through this journey, and strongly believe that his transformation has been for the great benefit of everyone, and we strongly support his receipt of a pardon in this case, for his ability to become a notary public and his ability to continue with his many other occupations, one being a process server, and being a process server in New Orleans, Louisiana. You definitely safety is paramount, so I would just add that fact to it. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. I appreciate the time that everyone has dedicated today, and couldn't recommend pardon more. Matt's a great guy, and has been, like I said, wonderful transformation that he has made.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Can we hear from I'll take it, your wife, Erica?
Yes, sir.
Hi, sorry, we worked from home today, so we had to wrangle two toddlers, and they got very excited when they saw Uncle Matt. Yes, well, as attorneys, we understand the gravitas of this situation, and granting a pardon is not something that the state of Louisiana, your board should do lightly, and we understand that you don't want to do this to someone who could potentially be a repeat offender. And I can say with full confidence, especially as an officer of the court, that Mr. TOUPS is fully rehabilitated. He is such an inspiration. And I know more than a handful of people whose lives he has saved with his story alone. And it makes me emotional, because he's been such a good friend, and he's a really good man. And if anyone deserves a second chance, it's him. And so, yes, we thank you so much for your time. And yes, we hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Okay, and let's hear from your attorney now, Mr. David Motter.
Good afternoon, y'all. Good afternoon, panel. Y'all have received, I assume, letters of recommendation from both the Ciceros as well as Reverend Father Garrett O'Brien, Mickey Landry, John D. Fitzmaurice III, Judge McKay, Andrew S. Newman, Alex Cerullo, as well as Dan Foley. I'd like to offer a file to introduce all those into the record of this matter. Have they been received by y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm also going to do something I don't know whether it's proper or improper. I'm going to testify on behalf of Matt. When Matt first got sober, back up a second, I have been sober for over 11 years. And when Matt first got sober, he reached out to me. And I guess I was his first temporary sponsor. I have known Matt for 15 years from the courthouse. And I see him personally often, both in AA meetings as well as he works his tail off. And I can, as a member of the bar and as a 11.5-year member of AA, I can say that he is doing the deed. What happened in the past is in the past. I will take no credit for helping him. All I did was lead a horse to the water and teach him how to do it, and he did it. There are other people I have tried and it didn't work. It worked for Matt. The Cicero said the word rehabilitated. I don't, as a member, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's a realization and he does not drink. And I don't think he is in any way a detriment, if that's the right word, to society, where a pardon would not be applicable in this matter. In order to, in my opinion, I'm trying to find my words, hold on. There it is. In order to be eligible for a pardon, he has to have fully completed and be discharged from all his sentences, including any supervision from parole or probation. He did that. And Jefferson Parish Drug Court, or DWI Court, is not easy. And he completed that. He has no pending criminal charges or outstanding liabilities. All court costs, fines, and/or restitution have related to this conviction, where there isn't any, have been paid. He has been obviously granted a first offender pardon by the governor. This one additional step will give him back his rights, which I think he has deserved, and not deserved, he has earned. And I'll use the Cicero's word, been rehabilitated. That's all I have to say. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll hear from Mr. Randall Myers, Jefferson Assistant District Attorney.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time to Mr. Toups' request. It sounds like he's doing very well. I hope he maintains his participation in AA, because that's an extremely important program for him to stay involved in, and it will no doubt keep him sober and keep him straight and keep him and others alive as time goes on. Reason for our opposition: his first offense was in 2010. He pled guilty in 2021, and the sentence was completed after he completed all of his obligations under with the drug court and probations. He had his sentence terminated early in 2023, and I commend him for that. That's a good thing, good accomplishment for him. However, our opposition is based on, as this board knows, we've developed a 10-year period within which we'd like to have a cleansing period to show that the individual has no arrests, no convictions in the 10 years from the completion of his sentence, which is 2023 in this case, until his board hearing. And we don't have that 10-year period. And then importantly, in DWI cases, there's a 10-year cleansing period under the criminal statutes for enhancing those penalties. So, if he were to get another DWI after a pardon being granted, it wouldn't be a fourth offense. It'd only be a third offense. So for those reasons, at this time, we're opposed to his request.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Toups, the only questions I had, y'all have answered most of them. I wanted to know if you were still attending AA, and it's quite obviously you attend and you take it very seriously. The DWIs were brought up. You did get one in 2020, which is very concerning. And so I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my board if they have any questions. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Toups, I'm the same as Mr. Myers. I really appreciate everything you've done, but it's just not your time yet. I mean, your last one was in 20, and I definitely don't want to take it off the books and it make you a lesser next time if something happened. So I hope you keep doing what you're doing and maybe reapply in the future. But at this time, I just don't think it's been long enough since your last DWI arrest. I vote to deny.
My vote also is to deny.
My vote is to deny, and I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Craig.
Deny, concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, today, Mr. Toups, your application's been denied. I think we're all impressed with the work that you've done. The fact that your sobriety, you've devoted yourself to others. I'm impressed with the service that you've done. It's just a little premature, I think we all agree. So it's been denied today, but come back.
Thank you.
I thank you all.
222, go adjourn. All right, Mr. Weatherspoon, good afternoon, sir. You're still on mute.
Good afternoon.
All right, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Larry Weatherspoon, 1160 Beechwood Drive, Harvey, Louisiana, 70058.
All right, Mr. Weatherspoon, we have joining us by Zoom will be a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. about your situation. You have several sentencing dates, all in Jefferson Parish. What we're talking about today is all for either distribution or possession of cocaine, possession of hydrocodone, simple robbery, and attempted possession of cocaine. So let me just read your sentencing dates. In 1990, you received a 2-year hard labor sentence for attempted possession of cocaine. 1988, 1-year hard labor simple robbery. In 1993, 1-year hard labor possession of cocaine. 1993, 5 years hard labor distribution of cocaine. And then there's a 2006, 5 years hard labor for possession of hydrocodone and cocaine. Does all that sound right to you?
Yes, I can recall those arrests.
Okay, and convictions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is Mr. Meyer on with us? So your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. I'm going to turn it over to her. She may have some questions for you, and we'll hear from the DA after.
Okay, Mr. Witherspoon?
Yes,
Would you
ma'am.
like to explain to us today why you need a pardon and restoration of firearms?
Yes, the restoration of firearms doesn't matter. The main thing is the pardon for us, like employment wise. You know, all of those arrests and stuff, that was bad choices, a younger person. But I accomplished through that, you know, through my incarceration, I completed the welding trade, and I've been working with that since. And I also have my own business, Larry Welding LLC, that I travel a lot with it also, and I do have an employer. And a lot of times, like obtaining these facilities for getting security clearance and stuff, it's always that past convictions or felony arrests that prohibits me, mostly from military bases and, you know, etc. And if you look at the history, you know, some of those cases was like 38 years ago, 30 years. And I do own up to the mistakes I make, but I shouldn't carry them all the way now, you know, over the changes that I done made. And that's the reason why I was asking for a pardon.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Meyer, what would you like to tell us?
Yeah, my concern only was I assumed, which I don't like to do, that those were the offenses that he was seeking the pardon for. So I just wanted to be, certain of that before I express an opinion, which we will take no position on his request.
Thank you. Okay, does any of my board members have any questions?
What about the DWI you received in
Yes,
2015? That's very, very concerning.
Yeah, that was the second DUI I received, and that was coming from a friend anniversary that I was speeding a little bit and I got a DUI that night. But as you can see, it's 2025. I haven't had a mishap since, you know, because I don't drink anymore or anything. So
Okay, so that was 10 years ago that you had that DWI.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm ready to vote. How about y'all? Yep. Okay, my vote today is it's been so long since you've got a criminal history, but it's been, 10 years and longer. So my vote today is going to be to pardon without restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to deny his fourth felony offender, and I do not think he should have all those things pardoned.
Mr. Tiller.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
You didn't get the votes you needed today. Mr. Weatherspoon. The fact that the DA took no position, you know, I would have voted to grant your request for pardon without restoration of firearms, but you didn't get the vote you needed. You needed 4 favorable votes. Well, I guess if I voted, yeah, I'll vote pardon without firearms.
I appreciate it.
I'll make that recommendation on your behalf. Are you at work now?
No, I was supposed to, because we had a commitment and a deadline to get a job out. I've been watching you all since 7 this morning. I thought my time was for 9, so I thought I was gonna be able to do the 9 o'clock and go back to work. And being as though it's my employer, I got to hide their logo because the platform we're on, you know, it's not, you can't use it on Facebook or anything.
Well,
But
thanks for sticking it out all day. We appreciate it.
I appreciate you casting that vote to help me. And it's all about just obtaining these job clearances that's still hunting me, you know. The firearms, I'm not worrying about that. It's mostly, you know, getting the security clearance.
Well, it's just a recommendation, but we'll make it on your behalf. Good luck, sir. And that concludes our business. We're going to adjourn. It's 2:33.